Hello, beautiful peasants, and welcome in. It's a very special stream today. All right, looks like I got the message from Eloa. Beautiful. All right, so if you're not sure what's going on here, allow me to tell you. First of all, hi, my name is Mia, and I make 3D printable tabletop minis for a living. Recently, though, this channel has grown quite a bit, and we have regulars and officially moderators too. One of our moderators is a bit of an overachiever in the best way. That is Eloa, our resident Taverb god and lore keeper. And once a month, Eloa puts together some sort of pretty much challenge stream for me. This is our second one that we have done. So yeah, I got a little special package that they have prepared, and we're gonna find out what it's about. I have not seen this. I literally just downloaded this. And I didn't cheat. I didn't even look at it yet. So this is fresh for everyone. Alrighty. I'm very, very excited. So again, I don't know what's happening today. I don't know what I'm sculpting today. Not a normal stream. But there will be art and there will be sculpting. So let's find out. Alright. Dungeons and Dragons Adventure. The coronation of M3DM. If you cannot tell, Eloa is also an artist and very talented. So yeah, this is great. Letter of introduction. Dear Mistress, Madame, that's me. We are writing this letter to you and congratulations for your continued success and growth with the M3DM Foundation. M3DM, so that's the brand. It stands for Mia's 3D Models. You and your handler, Ricky, that's my husband, have made outstanding progress in building up your business and becoming the patrons of the Taverb. On behalf of all the peasants, thank you for your work you've done so far in bringing together a community of art positivity and fostering an environment of growth, which is so true. You guys have been amazing. Unfortunately, with such success comes many dangers. Our scouts report that the Taverb is now the target of evil forces at play. They look to bring peasants to their knees, and only hope is you. On behalf of the nation, the peasants require your help. Will you accept the call? You know, maybe not. No, just kidding. Of course. Yes. Obviously, yes. We're doing the thing. Chickenari says that letter is very cool. Eloa is very cool. Yeah. It's going to be a good stream. All right, we're assembling the team. Mistress, Madame, you will not be alone on this adventure. Over the past 2 months, I've assembled a team of remarkable individuals that are currently attempting to bring down the enemy forces from within. They'll be assisting you in your efforts throughout this campaign and will slowly reveal themselves one by one as they join your party. As you complete each personal goal throughout the stream, you will begin to unlock your fellow party members, revealing them to you alongside their own powers that aid in your fight. We're relying on your powers of sculpting arts and leadership in order to overcome this threat. There'll be many challenges along the way, but we will trust you have the expertise to shine in the situation. I'll at least be fun about it. You are also being marked on how you perform. Our Taverb bot Eloa is watching over us and will be increasing the challenge as you sculpt, depending on how well you're doing. I like that. Alongside this, you will have to deal with the hands of fate as they roll the dice on your future. Will they increase the chaos, introduce new complexities, or maybe aid you in battles? Alright, so here's the main quest. This is what we're doing. Your goal is to sculpt a creature of truly demonic power, bring them to life, and paint them into the fray. Crush our enemies, annihilate their forces, uncover our allies from their side, and have them join your party. This will be a large-scale diorama for the defense of the Taverb. Your large entity will be fighting off the enemy forces, and a piece showcasing your true chaos of the battlefield as well as the power of your sculpting. You'll be sculpting a massive 3D printable art piece of monstrous proportions. We want you to aim for as large of a print as possible. I can do that. The largest thing I've done so far to date is in a full-scale pirate ship, so I can do that. All right. Even if that means printing in multiple pieces, we want you to be fully unleashed in sculpting something of Goliath scale. This will be a test of all your skills from creature sculpting to character design to mastering tertiary forms. Show the peasants why you lead the Taverb. But of course, there's no battle so simple. Lady Luck may be on your side, but she can be a cooler mistress. May the dice be in your favor. This model must be entirely built from the ground up, so no asset library. Must be multi-tiered, demonic entity Goliath. You must express all levels of your skills. You must play by the rules of the Wheel of Fate, a true statement piece of M3DM. This is not just a miniature, it is a Goliath diorama M3DM art piece. Okay, so multi-pieces, okay. Must have diorama base and set the scene of a large-scale battle. No rushing. Must be your biggest model 3D print yet. I now regret telling you guys that my biggest model before has been a pirate ship. Oh, goodness. Toad says, hey girl, it's been a minute. What are we doing today? Special mystery stream hosted by Eloa. So we're going through all the details right now. Coronation. All right. The reason this is the coronation of M3DM is because this mystery stream is a D&D celebration of you and your community. Alongside this, we also just wrapped up your newest successful Kickstarter, and we'll be celebrating the immense growth of livestream, mentorship, Taverb, most importantly, the growth of Mia herself. That's me. Much more important than statistical milestones is the personal impact you have made on the peasants. Despite you often laughing some compliments off, we truly are here to celebrate you, Mia. You guys are so sweet. You've cultivated a community of beautiful peasants who support each other and provide so much entertainment and a safe space to be creative. You've been so welcoming and caring to all of the peasants as you continue to build up your art business. The scary necessity of having to make money can often cloud your ability to see how well you've done. And so this mystery event acts as a celebration of how amazing you have been, and I appreciate both you and Ricky are to this community of misfits on behalf of the Taverb Knights. This is very sweet. It also acts celebration of the years of hard work you put into your craft and showcase of what you do. Fuck sinful pride, because that is definitely my top sin. Let's just celebrate how awesome an artist you are and show the peasants and your students why you spend so many hours perfecting the craft. Let's see what you can do with Unleashed. All right, final remarks. Of course, can't make this easy, despite being coronation. As you sculpt at random intervals, Eloa will be spinning the wheel of fate that will determine the trajectory of the model. Upon hitting certain personal milestones Eloa has set for me to tackle, I'm going to push my limits, and a new ally will be added to the party in order to aid the fight. You will not have to showcase your artistic ingenuity and full set of skills to not get drowned by Mistress of Fate. I'll be watching closely as you model or judge on how you tackle each roadblock and overcome each obstacle. This is a celebration event of the community and you as an artist, and so this mystery event you're being tasked with putting your full set of skills on display. Plenty of chaos to come. It is Chaos Monday. Regards, your loyal Taverb Knight, Eloa. All right, this is epic. Hey, sweet. We got RV Gaming here. Ian brings chicken. Love it, love it. And of course, Eloa. Well, good. And Taylor. And Monkey. Makes me super happy to have all you guys here because this is going to be a big stream. All right, so let's review this main quest because it's time to start concepting. I'm going to be paying attention closely in case Eloa has any interjections or Wheel of Fate spinning. So again, large scale. There are certain proportions you have to keep in mind when making something look like gigantic. Like for example, I'll have like this cherry blossom dragon here. Again, the proportion of the head to the rest of the body is what's going to make it look large. Also, the setting of the diorama that I am creating. Okay. And truly demonic. So essentially, I am creating our own monster of the Taverb to defend the Taverb. I like it. I like it. Excellent. Okay. I think the first thing I want to do is just create the base, actually, or like the diorama. It's going to be a large, skinny, something flat. Probably going to go with a circle just for dramatic proportions. And then that way I'm going to want this creature to be something that has verticality to it. That's going to make it the easiest to print and the most domineering looking. It will also give me a lot of possibility to add multiple limbs. Big fan of that. And possibly wings, depending how I want to do this. Okay. Okay. Again, demonic power. Truly demonic power. Okay. All right. Well, let's do it. Toda says, this sounds devilishly delightful. At first, I had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. That's what we do here. All right. And Lois said, look at DMs and you can. Yes, sir. All right, here we go. Party member 3 is a unique special edition. They will appear when needed. All right, unlock party member 1. Accept the challenge. 10 minutes spent on the model. Rough blockout achieved. Party member 2 will be 30 minutes on the model, and then I spin the Wheel of Fate. Okay. Oh, sorry, my face is in the way. Can't have that. Here we go. So this is the unlock party member 1 and unlock party member 2. Okay. I'm really excited. Well, let's get this started. I'm going to leave Eloa's DMs up, if that's okay. Or no, I'll hang out in the mystery stream hub. That way, you guys are welcome to cheer me on there as well. All right, so the first thing that I'm going to do is create this base and starting to get some sense of scale here, which is not the monster, but having a base of some sort is going to be just necessary. So I'm going to take a cylinder here and crush this down. It's going to be really skinny because this is going to be gigantic when 3D printed. First thing I'm going to do is just delete some edge loops so it's nice and simple. And then we're gonna crease the top and bottom. So all I'm doing right now is creating the base I'll be 3D printing, and this will likely be printed on FDM, the base. I'll probably have a resin creature and then an FDM base. All right, a little bit of a taper. There we go. And we're gonna make this base just pitch black. There we go. Command-Shift-D to duplicate it. And this is going to be where these events are taking place. I thought it'd be kind of cool to have something that looks like grass, because I imagine the Taverb would be somewhere that's kind of cozy. Again, I have this base is really skinny looking. That way it's not so chunky when it's printed. Exactly, I must cover my bases. All right, go ahead and Dynamesh this. Perfect. And last but not least, we're gonna add some color spray here. That way we have some depth. Add this on the edges a bit. There we go. Just some variety in that color. I know it looks splotchy, trust the process. The next thing that we're gonna do is add some variety in height. Again, a lot of this is going to change as we work on the model. Do you have a mask somewhere? No mask. There we go. Because I really think the pose of this model is going to be really important, and I'm likely not going to sculpt it in symmetry the way that I normally do. Perfect. All right, let's create some blades of grass. Yes, no contest here. I guess it's just a contest, but I'm the only contestant. This is for you guys to enjoy. All right, so creating these blades of grass, I'm simply taking a sphere. We're going to use bend arc. Normally I have a brush that's pre-made where I do this, but Eloa was very clear that it's all from scratch, so that's what we're doing. All right, here's our lovely blade of grass. I'm already thinking of the type of demonic creature I'm going to create here. But first, grass. So I have it all pretty symmetrical, and then I use my move topological to just add some variety of height. Last but not least, we're going to place the grass onto the scene. And again, this is going to start establishing scale. The smaller the grass, the bigger the monster is going to appear. All right, I'm going to decimate this down because there's going to be a million of these little things. And I'm just clicking and dragging to populate a bunch of grass. I'm going to duplicate this, put it over here. Again, the scene is slowly going to be coming together. I guess not slowly. This is actually quite quick. There we go. And then the way that I constructed this with the move topological brush, I can really quickly come through and add some variation to the height. Otherwise it'll look a little stale. I could also use a deformation modifier to do this, but sometimes it's faster to just come through and grab things by hand. All right. Up next is adding a little bit more texture to this base here. And to do that, I'm gonna use, you know what? I might actually use roll concrete or soft concrete. I use this thing all the time when I have the opportunity to. I love this brush. Just to add some noise to the base. There we go. Perfect. Yes, no cheating from previous projects, which to be clear is not usually cheating, but in this special stream it is. Alrighty. We're going to merge all of these grass pieces down because I already know this is going to be a subtool catastrophe. Look at me naming subtools. I have to be careful with this model. All right, next I want to add a couple rocks, and after that we're moving on to blocking out this critter. Again, demonic. So when I think demonic, the first thing that really comes to mind is something with horns and with lots of muscles. But I can make that look like a lot of different things. Really trying to think something that just sounds like fun for me today. All right, we now have a rock. Real simple. This mystery stream was a long time in the making. It is a celebration of all things M3DM and the milestones we've hit recently. Mia is constructing the signature piece to mark this moment by creating her largest print yet. This is going to be fun. You know, it's funny because like the first event stream, I was like really nervous. And then it went really well and it was actually kind of relaxing. So I feel very like prepared for this stream today. Also, we've done so many difficult models together recently that like, I got those. Next, we're going to trim off the bottom here just to keep everything nice and tidy. Ira says, name those subtools. I'm so proud of you. I know, I'm doing better. Usually it's just the same, like PM3D _1_2 all the way down. Are you thinking about wings? I'm thinking about wings. All right, well, there we go. We're gonna save the file already too. I know, who is this? I've grown so much, Eloa. I can actually save my projects now. We'll just call this mystery stream. Or you know what? No, it's Taverb Defender is what we're gonna call it. I'm actually gonna go a step further, which is crazy. Bear with me. I'm gonna actually make a folder for once. I never do that. All right, here is our sphere. Beep, beep. Perfect. All right, so these rocks, because of how big that I made them, kind of will make the model look smaller. So I'm actually gonna make the rocks even a bit smaller here. There we go. All right, now again, talking about what I think makes something look demonic, truly demonic. I've made so many demons before in Fiends. I've made Asmodeus, which essentially is just like Hades. I don't want to just make some buff dude with horns. I want to make something, again, truly demonic, which is interesting because you think of like a protector fighting the forces of evil, you know, you would imagine that it would look good, right? I like the idea that we're fighting fire with fire. So like our monster that's defending this Taverb will be even scarier than the things that are fighting it. Thinking. I'm also thinking kind of like, so again, I'm just like drafting in my head right now. Like what's like a loyal defender? Immediately I think of like a dog, you know, like Fenrir-esque, so like a huge wolf of sorts. But I want to do something more than just that. I don't want to do a werewolf. I know. Toto says, what? Naming folder organization? Who are you? What have you done with me? I know, right? Yeah. Crush our enemies and annihilate their forces. Uncover our allies from the side and have them join your party. Monstrous proportions. Now I'm kind of thinking of something more like a leshy or like a leshen. So like, I like the idea of something that's having like wood components to it. Yeah. So I've been playing the video game Spirit Tea a lot recently, and one of the things that you do, it's like you run this big bathhouse for spirits, kind of like the movie Spirited Away, and like when you keep the boiler hot by sawing off pieces of the tree and feeding it to the boiler room to keep the water hot, which is kind of morbid, I know, but like it grows back. So I like the idea of like this leshy is part of what keeps the Taverb alive, and also is a defender and demonic. I think that'd be really cool. And one of my first original creatures I ever made was actually a forest guardian. So maybe this is the time to level that up. I also like the idea that he is so large that this creature is able to pick up the Taverb as needed and just move it. Kind of like, you guys know like that monster I'm talking about that's like that big house with feet? Yeah, I'm getting an idea here. Okay. I'm gonna go something leshy-esque. And again, part of great design is great research. So I'm going to type in giant tree, and I'm going to grab some references here. I'm not going to type in leshy because I'm going to start getting some ideas here and concepts in, yeah, something like this. Something, yes. And demonic, it's like how we're gonna make this demonic. I mean, very easily I can take these tree roots and twist them into horns and pull them upwards. Yeah. Really, like, if you guys have questions, feel free to ask, because like I'm trying to like be as transparent with my design process as possible and not think of anything in my head. Yeah, this but large tree. Yes, like the idea of being able to like put this thing on its, like the Taverb on its back. Yeah, exactly. Also, I can do a lot of like tree of life references in here too. Giant construct. I can't spell colossal. Colossal. There we go. I had somehow had not enough L's. Okay. Oh, for some reason I like this though. There's something sad about this that I like. I like this too. It's a lot of yes and when I'm designing, and then I kind of grab my components between them. Again, the demonic part though, I think horns, I think something twisted, I think exposed rib cage, I think really prominent bony landmarks. Yeah, what are you guys thinking? Yeah, IR says, most people think gross with demonic, but I tend to think more beautiful with faint, creepy elements. Yeah, like haunting. I like that too. Hey, Adamus is here. Welcome back. It's been a bit. All right. So again, grabbing a lot of different concepts here, and I'm gonna type in Leshen because that's kind of the vibe I'm thinking of here, but I don't want it quite so literal with the antlers because it's not tall enough. Yeah, I'm not gonna grab any of these. I don't want to, nah. All right, I'm gonna take all my references and put them on my other monitor here, and it's everything you guys saw me screenshot. I'll also go ahead and put them in the mystery stream for you guys to look at. There we go. Just so we're all on the same page. Again, trying to convey true proportion and height is very challenging. Also, I now need to make changes to my base. This is how this works. It's a very organic process. We're gonna hide the rocks. Actually, okay, we need verticality here for this to work, so we're already gonna start changing things quite a bit. All right, moving this over. Again, because we're trying to convey scale and proportions. So I'm actually gonna make the grass much smaller. It's gonna make sense, I promise. All right, grass is much smaller, and then what would really convey height here is having trees for scale. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's make some cute little trees. Oh, you know what? I don't need to use a sphere. Let's use a cone. Creating the sense of scale is going to be one of the most challenging things here. But luckily, I have a lot of practice with that. All right. This is going to look like a cute little concept of a tree. Just getting those base shapes in. But you'll see it come together pretty quickly here. For the trunk, we're going to actually make it taper quite a lot. That way I don't have to worry about supports. This almost reminds me of early Zelda games. For detailing the tree, I'm going to turn on radial symmetry. Notice that it's not a lot of like frantic clicking. It's really more about like just using tools that are already within ZBrush. And that's how I'm able to work pretty quickly. Alrighty. Oh, you know what? I've done this before. What brush did I use I liked so much? I think I used Rake, actually. There we go. Perfect. And let's go ahead and turn down the instances on the radial symmetry. Again, these are going to be so small that I really need the details to be bulky. Bulky, bulky, bulky. I'm thinking like evergreens kind of stuff. I'm laughing because as you get up to the top, it gets so like gnarled. I'm like, be calm. Don't be weird. You flip over the bottom of this and add some texture. Again, this is going to be, it's very much so going to be a trust the process moment. Except I don't have to trust the process. I can already see what it looks like in my head. There we go. Nice and scribbly. And now I have this alpha I really like to use here for really dramatic wood. Sweet. Again, this is like sketching in 3D. I'm just creating these chunky trees purely for the job setting scale. Toto says Zelda mentioned. I'm here for it. Yeah, I've been playing Echoes of Wisdom recently, which again is really not the kind of game that I normally would gravitate towards, so I'm really enjoying it. Ian says, once a new Zelda's announced, that's when I'll get a Switch too. Yeah, I'm surprised I've held off. I mean, they're just not in stock right now. Aiden, it's not Christmas yet. What are we doing sculpting a Christmas tree? We're setting scale for a gigantic, scary monster. It's going to be awesome. All right, see how I decimated this and it looks super low poly and chunky? That's okay, because there's going to be a million of them. All right. Made a little tree. We need to make the... There we go. A little less of a regular shape. Beep, beep. Cool. Little tree. For setting scale, let's zoom in here and see what the tree needs to look like relative to the blades of grass. The rocks I can make pretty much as big as I want. All right, that looks about tree sized. You know what? I wonder if I would like, yeah, here we go. When in doubt, use more subtools. It looks really funny. And then I need to make a new top. Again, I'm just constantly looking at this and thinking about proportion and scale, and then how to best achieve that. And then also 3D printability. I want to make sure that this really catches paint easily. There we go. That looks like a bigger tree. Isn't that crazy? The temptation is just to make it larger in your viewport. No, don't do that. That's a damn nice tree. Real quick. I want this tree trunk here to be really dramatic and kind of gnarled, so I'm going to splay out the bottom of it. Sweet. I probably need to decimate this down again. My computer is going to be screaming by the end of this, and we have such a high poly count. It's okay. All right, we have a tree. I knew I was going to need this to set scale correctly. All this grass is more than likely just going to become a like a bumpy texture. I don't want to modify all of it by hand. That would take forever. So I'm just going to mask the bottom of it, blur a few times, and then just like grab my gizmo here and start stretching it just a touch. I might even play with the deformation modifiers and see if I can get something cool happening here. Again, I've masked the bottom of it, so I don't have to worry about that. Oh, here we go. It's like by using twist, I can really get some stuff to happen quickly. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So why am I not doing this by hand? One, it would take forever, and I want something cool to happen. And two, even when we try to randomize things, I find that usually we randomize like with a pattern in mind. It's human to try to like make patterns happen. So if you can actually get a computer to truly randomize a function for you, trust me, just do it that way. All right, which one did I use that I just liked? Ooh, what about just a noise modifier? Ooh, no, never mind. I'm gonna use gravity. Excellent. All right, we have a tree. I'm now going to move around lots of trees. Ooh, let me make sure my polygroups aren't all goofy. Here we go. It's really important that my polygroups aren't individual sections like this, but rather the trunk is one piece and the top of the tree is one piece. That will allow me to really easily change it later on. If you're not quite sure what I meant by that, it's okay. I will show you later. We're creating the forest right now. There we go. And again, this is how that sense of scale is going to start to happen. And then hopefully with the way that I created these trees, actually, I'm gonna break my rule here. Actually, I'm gonna turn on auto groups. I can delete the tops of some of the trees to get some variety in height. Is that working? Ah, it is working. Cool. That's what I was hoping was gonna happen, and it did. Sweet. I make my a little taller. All right, we have a bunch of trees. Everything is looking a little stiff, but it's gonna be really cool. And I like the idea of having these like rocky mountains, essentially. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this one here and then create some sort of cascading effect on the side. Let's go ahead and tilt them a bit here, and then I'm gonna create some layers to it. There we are. Something a little more visually interesting, and I'll use my knife brush to cut the ones that are not being used. Interesting. And I can use a noise modifier later to get something interesting. Yeah. Eloa says, I was hoping that Mia would spend time on the base first. She is progressing well. I'm glad. Oh, good. Bunny has time to put in some references. Fantastic. So I do like the pieces I have created for the base so far. What I don't like, or I don't feel as inspired by right now, is the lack of verticality. I changed the lighting a bit too. So I'm trying to think of what I want though, because if I make it too vertical, it's gonna make designing the creature kind of a pain. I'm gonna use move and backface mask to start creating some interesting height variation here. I still haven't decided what exactly is going on with these crystals. I'm sure by the end of the stream, I will have some like super intense lore reasoning for it, but not yet. I have something in mind here of why I'm creating this the way that I am. I don't know what it is yet though. I'm not sure what it is that I'm being reminded of here. Again, it's a lot of playing with shapes. And I say that a lot, but it's just so important to know that. And like, if you're not going to get interesting shapes without iterating a lot of new shapes. Does that make sense? I see with my students all the time, they get kind of like decision paralysis almost. And they're like, well, how do you get like cool stuff to happen? And I'm like, because I just do it a bunch of times. And I keep moving around until I'm like, ah, that's a cool thing that I like. I never expect to get it right on the first time. That's what I'm trying to say. Ooh, maybe some sort of, again, it's a diorama piece, so there needs to be flow to these rocks or crystals or whatever I end up deciding that they're going to be. So I'm kind of creating this like splay outwards. That's something kind of interesting. And I'm really not too picky about how detailed or how like good these like crystals or whatever they're going to be, rocks are going to be, because I'm just playing with shapes and the way that everything is going to fit together. Let's merge these down, trim the bottom of that. There we go. And the trees would look more interesting if there was more of them and they were smaller. Again, we're really starting to create that scale. The grass is freakishly large based on the way that it looks right now, but I really don't mind the texture it's creating. I kind of like it, so I'm gonna leave that. Again, you don't, when you're creating a diorama or something for a sense of scale, it doesn't have to be perfect. Make sure to cut yourself some slack. All right, I'm gonna hide some trunks here so I can create some height on my trees in a different way. Invert that and then stretch these just on a few of them. And that will also create more variation. I can always just use Move Topological to manually grab stuff too. But notice that I didn't spend like an hour just fussing about this tree. The trees are not important. The trees are a piece to making the main, you know, the showcase part of this, the creature, look cool. Make that smaller. Beep. And I think we need more trees. Just gonna name this trees. Duplicate this. We're gonna kind of flip this around. Oh, did I polygroup that? I'm gonna make sure that I polygroup this whole section here, just to make my life easier. There we go. And these kind of want to fit together like puzzle pieces, so I'm gonna try to keep that in mind. All right, so I can make this, and the trees can be, some of them can be smaller than others, like this can make a smaller part of the forest, and then this back side I can make a bit taller. Oh, I didn't polygroup each individual one. Nope, let's undo that really quick. So each time that I make a new duplicate here, I'm going to hit Command W, and so that way they're separate. So I can grab each section of trees very easily. You want to be very careful with your construction before it just totally gets away from you. Make this a little bit taller. If I want to later on, I can make a region of these trees snow-capped. But we're not worried about that right now. All right, another section. Again, split mask points, polygroup. There we go. Tactical rock. Little trees. This is probably the most time I've spent on a base in a long time. Granted, the bases I make are usually much smaller in scale. There we go. We got some variety. We got some interest happening. Just notice that, I mean, I really do it one step at a time. And I know it's like, oh, it sounds oversimplified, but I tell my students all the time when they get overwhelmed with projects, I'm like, just keep going. I get that message all the time in my DMs from my students, like, what do I do next? What do I do next? I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm like, you're not stuck. You just stop working. Like, just keep going. All right, I didn't pay super close attention to the poly count here, and I don't want it getting too far away from me. So I am gonna try to decimate these before we get into ridiculous land. And then Toda asks, if you like the position of the trees but want to scale them down, do you know if there's a way to universally scale them down, or do you mask and scale one down and apply to similar? There isn't an apply to similar. You would just either put them in the same folder and then transpose set the whole set, or merge them into one subtool and then use a 3D gizmo. Just know that like if you're trying to scale them, you're going to change the location inherently by changing the scale, unless you change just the height, for example. Good question. All right, how did that do when I reduced the poly count? It did fine. Cool. Again, it's super, super small. Hey, Just Linkle's here. Oh no, I was late. What is the special event? We are working on a very special project that was proposed by Eloa. So essentially, I am creating a monster that will be defending the Taverb. Adama says, it's about as tall as the grass in my neighbor's yard. 6 foot tall grass. Oh, it's always tough when your neighbors don't take care of their lawn. All right, let's keep on going. We have a sense of scale starting to happen here. It's really just one piece at a time. You can make it look better by developing each section, spending more time and like redoing the trees, for example. But it's just so important when you're creating a big piece like this to just keep going. See, there's a sense of scale happening here. Okay, I can't help myself. I want to add one more thing to this. Hey, part of the prompt was to not rush, so I get to be as extra as I want to. Oh God, these kind of events are so much fun. Thank you, Eloa. So what I think that's missing is water. I want to add like a little stream cutting through this. So to do that, I'm going to use my curved tube brush, pick a beautiful light blue, and just right here in the center, I feel like would be perfect. I'm going to split mask points, and I've done this kind of like stylized water before. I pretty much just, all right, is it going to go to the lowest or is it going to fight me? There we go. I pretty much just create a tube and put a bunch of them side by side and then inflate them after the fact. And I find that it actually works really well as water. Ooh, Monkey has something to share. Monkey says, just some random things I was looking at for scale reference. I searched Shadow of the Colossus size for scale. That's a great game, by the way. Oh, very cool. And yeah, again, I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream. Tiny head. Tiny, 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 tiny head. I don't know how. Every now and then I get a student that fights me on this, where it's like, I can't give the dragon a tiny head. It'll look tiny. I'm like, no, that is what makes it look big. Tiny head. Again, babies, big head. Colossus, small as possible. All right, creating some water here. Oh, you know what would have been easier? Okay, we're pivoting. If I want to create water, this is a good way to do it. I'm going to actually just use a cylinder, take this, stretch it. This has happened so many times on stream, it cracks me up, where I try to make something curved and I'm like, why is this so much work? And I'm like, oh, because always think about your construction. So I'm going to make this the diameter, match the diameter of the base, right? We're going to create a few tubes like that. And then I can use a bend curve modifier to create the bend in the stream. And then I can like iterate really quickly without having to get like too fussy about the way I want it to fit. See? Now I got like a lot more control. I can have a lot more fun with all kinds of different stream shapes. Neato. Alrighty. I always forget about that tool. And if I'm feeling really extra, probably gonna make this a waterfall. I don't want to get too picky with the way that I'm going to fit this in. I have to say that out loud, otherwise I'm gonna get picky about it. All right, let me grab the grass and kind of scooch that out of the way. Make my life really easy. I'm just gonna grab half of it and split mass points. Ooh, when did you get so high poly? Absolutely not. 25,000, cut that down. It's gonna become a bunch of little pixels, I know. Are you gonna explode? It did pretty good. It did pretty darn good, actually. This is true. The better the topology, the better the curve. Absolutely. Do rivers work like that? It's exactly how they work. They start straight and then they bend. Thank you for asking. Alrighty. Okay, I'm moving this over. Again, I just have all these different components that I'm slowly building up. I haven't decided how I want the edges of the river to terminate? Oh, what if there was like a big pond? Like here, I don't mind if it disappears into the nether. That's fine. But like right here, what if I had this wrap around really quick and then had like some water? See, this is why everything is very modular, the way I'm creating it. Let's go ahead and put in a sphere. And I'm just gonna stretch this out to kind of create a body of water. Deep, 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 deep. It should be pretty flat on top, you know, gravity and whatnot. And then the river itself also needs to touch land. I'm not sure how the creature itself is going to stand on this base, so I'm not going to go too much further into this. I want to Dynamesh this. Yeah. If I decide I want to change the shape of the river later, that's totally fine. I need texture on this, so it's not perfectly smooth. Let me go ahead and just reset my damn sander brush, increase my curve, lazy radius. Why is my curve brush not working? There it is. It's working. I'm not sure how I want this to flow into the body of water itself. I'm gonna like just put some lines in here and smooth it. Okay, yeah, as long as I have some sort of texture. Again, it's like, how do you sculpt water? It's texture, like it's tricky. It can't be perfectly flat, even though it would be just a little something. All right, I'll probably add some grasses and whatnot later, but as of now, we're just getting the concept. All right, concept achieved. I'm gonna flatten the bottom just because it bothers me if it's not flat. All right. I like adding the water a lot, adds a little bit of color. Kind of reminds me of a swig of toothpaste right now. That is fine. And then that kind of reminds me I can really start building up this edge right here. All right, we're gonna move on to the creature. I'm saying it out loud, so I actually move on. All right, we made a base. We made a base that obviously has scale to it. Yay. And then I've been toying with the idea of making some sort of Leshen-like creature. Save check. I got you. I just did. Micah says, water, unlike me with my creative works, takes the path of least resistance. That's beautiful. Although it says, wow, this is my favorite base Mia has made so far. When I have an entire stream dedicated to doing whatever I want, this is what happens. Thank you. You guys are so enthusiastic in the chat. I feel very lucky to have y'all here. Also, I see we have 13 viewers and 13 people that like the stream. That's beautiful. Every single one of y'all. Like that's I love what I do. I really appreciate this. Okay, before I get too sappy, let's move on. All right, I did the thing. I made a base. Let me make sure my topology isn't, or not, topology is fine. I don't care if it's disaster topology. I just want it to be low. Alrighty. I have my trees, I have the water, everything is named. I know, who is this? And the reason why I started with the base first is because I want to kind of like warm up my brain when it's coming to like sense of scale, because that is something that's going to make or break this model. So I'm kind of cheating in a bit here. I'm helping myself out by making sure that I already have that kind of sense of scale built in. Ooh, look at that render. There we go. Just a little bit of shadow. Love it. So this is going to help place this creature in the scene. It's going to be tricky because I'm going to sculpt the creature in symmetry, I think, unless I inherently design an asymmetrical creature. Ooh, I don't know. But anyway, I start with the base first to kind of practice getting warmed up, thinking about sense of scale. And it helps when you create something that you like right away instead of like fighting it the whole time. And I knew I could knock this base out. So I was like, let me just do that. It's kind of like a confidence booster. So what you don't want to do though is like when you're like, say you're like sketching on a notepad and you draw like this super beautiful detailed eyeball and now you have to fit a face around it. Like, that's very difficult. Like, this is not that. This is like essentially as if I just used like 3 different lines with like nice curve and nice flow to create the silhouette of my creature. Does that make sense? That's kind of like how this base is acting for me in this creation process. I feel like that sounded a little convoluted. I'm really trying to like nail it down as concrete as possible. It's like a cheerleader in my scene. The base is my cheerleader. It's like, look, you did something. I'm like, okay, yeah, I did. There we go. Simple terms. Now you have to sneak in a tiny person having a picnic. Depending how well the stream goes, if I have a lot of time, I will do that. That is hysterical. That's beautiful. Toda says, Mia, just make a giant golden retriever with armor and a dragon limb peeking out of its jowls. That's hysterical. I don't hate that idea. Micah says, I certainly have scaled a 75mm giant down to 25mm base diameter and still had some detail on it. Still need to paint it, but this is more like 25mm to 0.1mm, right? Absolutely. And like, I knew I had to add trees and large elements that were small to get the sense of scale. The way that I did this reminds me I'm thinking of, what is it called? It's an area in Monster Hunter World. Is it called Elder's Recess? It's where you fight like Nargante and stuff. But that's what this is reminding me of, like the spire of ice rock crystal looking things. I'm actually really enjoying this break. I'm not gonna rush. I'm gonna just like take a second here. I'm gonna enjoy this break. Oh yeah, I have doors open still going. I did this in an hour, not bad. Okay. I'm officially announcing Tavern Keeper's Craft. It is time to sculpt the monster. Enjoyed working on the base though. I cannot believe it's been like, it's been like 45 minutes me working on this base. That just like flew by. Oh my goodness. Happens sometimes. All right, and I saw that I have a DM from Just Lingual. I'm curious what you sent me. Oh, it's update for your assignment. I like it. Toto says, girl, look at you go. Thank you. I need that energy right now. So I was initially just taking a little break, and now I think I'm just stalling. Now I'm like getting a little bit of the fear for working on this creature. Okay. How do we fix the fear? We fix with a plan. Let me review the references that I grabbed and see what am I doing? Okay. Something large. Again, I screenshotted this. It's not the monster I'm going to create. There's just something about this that I really liked. All right. Tiny head, really lanky arms, rib details. And I love this guy that's like looking onwards on it too. Something about this just feels very sad. This is more of that lush and overgrown vibe that I want. I mean, I can have my cake and eat it too. Let's move it over. Like the proportions of this. It's a little more on the hulky side. I want something a little more elegant, and I think I want something that's quadruped. I'm kind of thinking of making like a Leshen centaur almost. Big fan of lots of legs. Did you save? I did. Do you have a shape in mind? I kind of don't right now. Something spiraling upwards could be very, very interesting. Tota says, I think you like the color and melancholy theme of the skeleton. I know I do. Yeah, we do have very similar taste. It is the melancholiness that I like here. I think there's something sad about it. I like this too. I think whatever I end up creating will have spiraling mushrooms growing up it. Again, filled with truly demonic power. I don't want this to be like your friendly neighborhood giant. I want it to be like something that happens to be fighting on your side, but like dark old god power vibes for sure. I like this a lot. Okay, it's time for shapes. I have an idea. It's gonna turn out pretty world tree-ish. Think like Yggdrasil. I'm worried I'm not hitting the prompt demonic enough. But sometimes demonic just means beautiful tree. What if I had inset? So what if I make a tree that has very prominent like burls on it, which is like those big like lumps of tree mass on a tree. And if I had like inset faces on it, that's demonic. Like, okay, I can do it. Are you going for terror or intimidating? At this point, I'm just thinking straight up pretty. So, well, I don't know. I don't know. You're right. There is a difference there. Okay. Base is here. I have a sphere. We're going to turn on symmetry so I don't lose my mind. We're going to have this little orb at the top. That's going to be its head. I'm going to name it head. Okay. I did it. I went for a simplistic... No, I'm just kidding. All right. We're going to duplicate this. And I'm going to do the thing. All right. I'm going to grab Snake Hook. And I'm going to turn on Sculptress Pro. And I'm going to do things. Oh, yeah. We're using Sculptress Pro. We're using a thing I never ever use. Like, seriously. And we're going to think about shapes. You know what? We're going to do it in symmetry. Can I use Sculptress Pro with symmetry? I mean, I feel like I should be able to. Where is X? Oh, there's X. Okay. I'm going to use Sculptress Pro to block out the shape of this creature, and I literally never do that. So I feel like that gets me some points. I like tall neck. I'm kind of creating a torso. We are not going to create the arms of the same subtool because that's a pain. I'm just going to duplicate the torso to start working on the legs and whatnot. Don't be shy. Be brave. All right, that's incoherent. I am thinking about the torso and the proportions of the shoulders to the rest of it. And I'm also keeping it real simple. So like, what do I want to happen around the hips? I'm kind of thinking like a bunch of tentacle legs, honestly. Like, again, Yggdrasil sort of tree thing. Yeah. Got some legs. Something that could like... Okay, like super low-key spoilers. I think I'm gonna be vague, just in case. If you haven't seen the end of Attack on Titan, I'm not gonna spoil it, but the very end scene, giant ribcage man, you know what I'm talking about. I'm kind of thinking that. Ooh, Hexus tree, bloated and tumorous. Tumorous, why did I say that? Tumorous, misshapen and disturbing. It is all of those things. And again, I was kind of thinking of like a centaur-like thing. Centaur tree. This is going to allow for a lot of asymmetrical elements too. Long, skinny neck. I'm now going to duplicate the head blob, and we're actually going to create arms. Okay, this is demonic. I don't know why I was worried about it not becoming demonic. This is what I had in mind. Is this what you guys thought I was going to make when I said, like, I was making the thing? Okay, Sculptress Pro is literally so good. Why have I never used this? Okay. All right, we need asymmetrical elements here. This looks like a trunk thing. Don't be weird. All right. There we go. Thinking about silhouettes, thinking about the way this could get away from me. No, I'm not thinking about that. I want this to use the whole base. So let me go ahead. Okay, this is why folders can be really cool. Transpose, so words. Here's the folder. Click on the gear and then transpose set, and I can move the base. Just the base, because it's in that folder. Very neat. Here we go. I want to make sure this creature is taking up the real estate on the base here, you know? All right, and then for the head itself, I do like the idea of iterating from a creature that, it's one of the first creatures that I ever designed, and it was a forest god, or I think I called it a forest guardian. How about I'll just show it to you guys. That way we kind of know, because to me this is kind of like a throwback and a part of like the celebration stream that we're working on right now. And again, it's not the most original design in the world, and that's fine, but I was so proud of this when I made it. This is all the way back in like 2019. So I'm pretty much making the full realized version of this on a colossal scale. What better to be a Taverb defender, you know? And I like the idea that the Taverb really is just like a little building that sits down here. I'm going to create the Taverb really quick. All right, this is going to be the Taverb. It's not going to be super inspiring. It's just going to be little building. I'm not certain how to make a roof as of right now. Going to increase the size. We're going to rotate 45 degrees, and I think if I mirror and weld, it will look like a roof, I think. Nope, other way. Good enough. All right, y'all, I hope you're impressed. This is the Taverb. I think it'd be cool if the Taverb was sat on a lake, y'all, right next to this little, right here. So there's the Taverb, and this is the entity that defends it. Okay, we are not making it flesh toned. If we are, it needs to be, nope, we're gonna go with just green. That's, there we go. Pale green. Oh, hey, Miguel stopped by. Hey girl, hey, what you doing? Special event stream. I think I summarized a little bit just now, conveniently. But yeah, essentially I'm making a creature from scratch that's on a colossal scale. So the largest model that I've ever designed, which previously the largest model I've ever designed was a pirate ship. This is going to be much bigger than that. Toda says, Mia's pulling out the big guns today. Look at you go. Thank you. I'm pretty happy with this. This has been going really smooth so far. All right, I like the arm blobs that I was trying to design here, and I think it'll make my life a lot easier if I just let the arms be multiple pieces. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. What would be the most interesting arm shape? You know, I'm not certain. I'm gonna take this piece, I'm going to duplicate it, because that kind of naturally creates an elbow-like shape. I'm trying to think of what aspect of this model I want to be the most attention drawing, and I do think it'd be interesting if these hands came down and formed like these different little tendrils. Again, we are so in the concepting stage here. I can go through and like really worry about the way I'm going to realize these later on. But as of right now, I'm like, I don't even know what shape I want. So we are shape seeking right now. I don't feel super inspired by the straightness of the, like this T-pose thing we got going on here. So let's see if I can start creating a softer, more interesting, curved, organic goodness. I like this being pulled back a little bit. I know. Okay. We have auto masking. I know. You're okay. It's very upset about my auto masking. All right. This head just keeps getting tall. Somehow this monster just keeps getting larger in my scene, which is great because I thought I was going to be struggling the other way. Again, I want to have a pretty prominent humanoid-like shape here. We're going to kind of, I don't know what I want to do with his hips. But I do want more of a tapering shape. And I think it'd be cool if it looks like the body kind of like interlocks into the top piece, kind of like what we did with the Swarm Lord, that like insectoid humanoid. Miguel says, it should have a cake on the side. It protects and it serves. Okay, the idea of it like sucking up water to then like shoot into the tavern to be made into ale is like the coolest thing. I do love that idea. All right, so right now I am making sure that I'm starting to like pull out like different bony landmarks now. So I have a really weird kind of busted clavicle shape forming right now. This is going to be the rib cage thing. We'll have a lot of opportunities for cool spine stuff. And yeah, so I am making a centaur creature. That's kind of what I touched on possibly doing earlier. And yep, that is what's happening. Wow, you are weird, aren't you? I like it. I think I'm going to make the neck a separate subtool entirely, just so there's not too much heavy lifting happening from one piece. I'm going to duplicate the head, stretch this shape down, and I'm just using my move brush to create something cool. This is definitely an opportunity for me to make something arced. It's kind of reminding me a little bit of the Splendor that we worked on last week. The head shape's gonna be super cool. I just don't know what it's going to be yet. I like the idea of it being some sort of flattened mask sort of thing. But I want to be very, very clear that it's a mask. So let's go ahead and flatten the back side of it and the front side. There we go. I don't want it looking too insect-like. I do want it to look more like a tree. We'll see. Oh, Eloa has halted me. We have secured one of the Taverb agents from the other side. Oh, I've done enough work for it. It's now. I get help. I'm excited. Yeah, see, that looks silly. Where do eyes go? More about that later. But yes, it looks like I've enlisted help now. I'm excited. I'm going to check my DMs. I'm sure there's important things happening. All right. We've unlocked our first helper. All right. Party member number 1 unlocked to fight the Taverb. Okay, let me go ahead and get a fun render going on here. In order to unlock this, I had to accept the challenge, which I did, and get at least 10 minutes spent sculpting the model in the rough block out, which, yeah, I guess we do have a rough block out, don't we? Yay. Okay. Oh, who's this? All right. Their skills of weaving their imagination onto the page will help fight against any forces, a trusted member of the Peasants and a true killer of souls. This is definitely art done by Reaper. I recognize this 100%. Cool. This is so cool. What? Also, it kind of looks like me. It is me. That's me. Oh, this is cool. It's Taylor. That's awesome. She has drawn you in your fight weaving the creature into existence. That's so sweet. Thank you, Reaper. It's one of our other mods. That's awesome. I knew that. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, hey, that's me. I'm like, that looks just like me. Oh, how cool. I'm baffled. I am so excited about this. That's I'm going to update that to my new profile picture. Heck yeah. Their skills of weaving their imagination on the page will help fight against any forces, a trusted member of the Peasants, and a true killer of souls. Oh gosh, how do I unlock the next one? That was so cool. Spend 30 minutes on the model and then spin the wheel of fate. Okay. I want to make sure I'm on here somehow then. I want to like put this little dude, a version of me onto the model. Maybe I'll hang out like on its shoulder or something. That's so awesome. Again, thank you, Reaper. That's That's precious. I freaking love that. Also, I really think green is like my best color. I was just telling Ricky about the other day. I'm like, I needed more green things. So the fact that you picked green is uncanny. Yeah. I agree. How cool is that, y'all? I want love for Reaper in the chat because that was amazing. So, yes, please. Little Reaper chant train in the chat would be great. Yeah, a little art piece showcasing the Reaper's skill set as she joins the team. Heck yeah. That's cool as heck. Reaper is so freaking talented. Grimnir says, I've been lurking, but just need to say, wow, y'all are so creative and talented. Great community here. Right? And you're part of it too, so thanks for being here. Yeah, seriously, let's go, Reaper. Freaking awesome. I'm inspired. Now I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Thank you, Eloa, for putting that here too. Yeah, Mia unlocked party member 1. Yeah, sick. It's Reaper. Awesome. Awesome. Eloa, this has already been such a special stream event. Thank you so much. Hey, Satyr managed to make it. Good. She's okay. Man, I'm gonna do something special for her. That's so awesome. I love it's all on stream too. My slow realization. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, that looks like me. That's me. Awesome. I feel pumped up. Let's keep going. I want to design a cool mask thing. Think about how I want to do this mask. Might be a mask. It might be a face with like 2 different components. But the first thing we need to do is have some sort of silhouette, right? Oh yeah. Well, of course I know him. He's me. Oh, awesome. Okay, I remember a way that you can do this. I'm blanking on how to do it. How come my Sculptris Pro is turned off? I upset Sculptris Pro, and it told me when I was upsetting it, and I was like, don't worry about it. And now I'm like, wait, come back. Oh, that's right. Spin the wheel of fate when you can. Absolutely. I'm on it. Thank you. All right. Okay. Let me make sure there's no ads going. Okay. All right. Well, here is our new wheel here. Let's go ahead and give it a spin. And whatever comes up here, I need to integrate. I am very confused by the names here. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with them. Is this the right one? Wrong wheel. I was going to say, I'm like, I think these are your friends, my dude. Well, let your friend Dia know that they are now very involved. I think this is the first time Eloa has ever made a mistake. Low key. I love to see it. All right. Just kidding. M3DM Wheel of Fate. Let's go. Take 2. That's beautiful. I was like, wait a minute. Grafted Scion. What is a scion? Grafted. So something like a plant graft, like a skin graft. You have to like attach onto it. I'm thinking. Grafted scion. What the hell does that mean? All right, we're gonna figure it out. Oh, it's Elden Ring. Oh my god. It's ugly. Help. Oh my god. Hey, I said multiple limbs, didn't I? You know what? Yeah, your model has now been cursed to implement grafted scion elements. You know, joke's on you, because I already have a bunch of freaking limbs. So I kind of dig it. Okay, all right. I can do this. It's a lot lower to the ground. It doesn't mean we have to sculpt this, but just elements. And honestly, it's kind of crazy how well this is gonna work. I'm gonna grab this screenshot here with all of these limbs, and I'm gonna really keep this in mind. Oops, I don't need to put a screenshot of that to Eloa. Eloa knows what it is. All right. Meep. Okay. Limbs. Limbs upon limbs upon limbs. I like it. It was low-key already happening, which is beautiful. I know I have to do better than that. But low-key, I was already doing this. What are the odds? Okay, well, now it needs to be a more prominent part of the model, because you guys know me. I'm not going to be like, oh, I already did it. No, we're going to just do more. So I'm going to merge these limbs down the arms. I'm going to duplicate them and create a secondary set, because I was already thinking about doing this, and now I feel like it has to be, right? Ugh, that just works. Mirror and weld, because it's being a little funny, which means these are not mirror and welded. Oh, that's right. I didn't figure out why Sculptris Pro wasn't working. It's something that I did, and it told me, it was like, hey, I'm not going to work now. And I was like, I'm going to read that later. And now I don't know how to fix it. Oh, man. Monkey says, what did you get on the wheel? I got this. Grafted Scion from Elden Ring. All right, I'm going to go ahead and split the torso off from this bottom body, just so I can use that seam to my advantage. Go ahead and close holes on both of these. Anywhere where there is a shift on the model, I just think it's important to have a clear, intentional looking seam. All right, use damn standard. I'm gonna start overlapping these elements quite a lot to do some of the heavy lifting for me. Yeah, to be grafted, multi-limbs, which again is beautiful because I was like already doing that in the best way. Hey, Rudy's here. Oh my gosh, Rudy, it's a special stream today. I'm making a Taverb defender. We have like this super cool PDF that Eloa created. Look at this. So yeah, it's like a celebration of the stream growing, the Kickstarter ending. By the way, the Kickstarter ended over $5,000. Thank you guys. That is no small amount of money. Like, it's a big freaking deal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now we're celebrating with more work. Just kidding. More art. So essentially we're making a colossal size demonic monster that defends the Taverb and all my peasants. So yeah. Right? Grimnir saying, yeah, tiny little grabbers all over it would be spooky. Oh, give the arms and legs mini tree limbs. Ooh, that'd be cool. That makes me want to like, but putting them everywhere. I'm gonna just like duplicate these arms here, because I was already kind of toying with the idea. It's gonna make it look almost more spider-esque. I really need to work on the face though, because it's gonna determine so much of like the way this creature reads. Ooh, check that out. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Rudy says that is badass. Holy hell, I'm glad I tuned in to see it happen. Yeah, we're glad to have you here. Again, like I saw your name in the chat and I was like, oh, you're gonna love this. And everything has been done on stream. So this entire base was created. Yeah. No, Rudy. Eloa, I had fun doing the fall of Eloa stream, but like I had a lot of nerves and stuff still, and now I don't. So this is especially fun. If you guys couldn't tell, I'm kind of having a good time. All right, I want to start working on the face, and I have some ideas of what I want to do with it. I broke Sculptress Pro. Good job, me. So let me just see if I can find it. I know it doesn't work with every single brush, but I know it works with soft concrete. Not soft concrete. That's not a sink hook. And it's under stroke. What did I do to upset you? I'm sorry. Come back. If I use the hotkey. Oh, that's not the hotkey. That's the opposite thing. Where's the other slash? Why are you mad? It's like on, but grayed out. It's okay. I can just use Dynamesh like a peasant. All right, so I'm gonna create multiple sections to the head because I'm really not sure on how I wanna get this expression to look. If I just put little eyes down here, I tried like doing little slats down here, almost like Hollow Knight-esque. It's not doing it for me. So we're gonna create antlers and a jaw. I'm gonna duplicate this. We're gonna Dynamesh at a low resolution, which is how I used to do things before. Anyway. All right, creating a jaw of sorts. I want it to be tapered because I want this to have some sort of bulk to it potentially. I don't want this just looking spindly. Okay, and then I want this head shape to fit into it kind of the way that like a skull would. Also gonna Dynamesh this. How will I get that to read? Yes, here we go. I'm just getting all the components in here, and then we're gonna add these antlers. To do the antlers really quickly, I'm going to click and drag the curved tube brush. There we go. Ooh, let's zoom out because the way we do these antlers is gonna be really important. Again, he's looking real bug-like, and I don't like that. We are gonna fix it. Remember when I couldn't sculpt bugs, guys, and then I learned how to sculpt bugs, and now that's all I can sculpt. It's like my new curse. All right. They look like antenna for a lot of reasons. We're gonna fix that. All right. I'm gonna use move and backface mask to start building up some weird volumes, something asymmetrical, something, not asymmetrical, but like just textured. I'm also gonna start using my standard brush and you know what, maybe clay. It's a clay sort of day. Only when there's backface mask though. And we're gonna kind of just like make this a little lumpy because I am trying to find different cool shapes here. And the easiest way for me to do that is to kind of like sketch and then find a line that I like and then follow that line. All right, these horns are fine, but they're not beautiful. And I said I wasn't gonna do antlers, which is a long-winded way of saying that I'm gonna make them antlers probably. Eloa says, if Mia worked on this for another 10 minutes, we may have a second party member joining the fight. Oh, heck yeah. I'm excited. All right. I am going to toy with the volumes on this first. Ooh, what's this? Oh, hey, Critical Crafting. They're super cool. I like them a lot. We did a collab a super long time ago. Gug. Just like mouth open. That's cool. It kind of reminds me of like a Venus flytrap. All right, I want these to maybe bend and come together more. I'm gonna grab this over and then pull this out. Yeah. All right, I'm getting some cooler shapes. I see. I'm more excited about that, and I'm really trying to not make them antlers, just because I don't want there to be lots of spindly bits on top of its head and underneath it. I think it's gonna make it noisy, so I'm trying my best to not do that. Also, the head is getting a little bit too big, which is going to throw out the proportions, so let's go ahead and shrink that down. There we go, that's better. I'm gonna use my standard brush. I'm gonna kind of just build up material along the edges here. And then get a stronger taper using move and backface mask. Aha. Okay, I'm liking this. Ooh, more for the arms. Okay, I could see that, Satyr. Oh, the way they split on themselves? How did I miss that? How was that not the first thing that I saw? I was just like, focus on the face. Ew, I like that. I'll keep that in mind. God, this is cool. It's a little noisy. And I don't know what I'm gonna do with the back half of it. It kind of has this funny little butt, which is okay. But it's a little funny. I might just replace that entire body later, but let's not get distracted. I'm working on the head. All right, we're gonna move everything up, 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 up. Move and back face mask again for the neck. And then more of this like layering body part thing. Notice how low poly I am, just for all my students, like again, pointing at you guys. I have like no points, and it's great. Toda says, this is giving me praying mantis / horned beetle. I love it. Yeah, me too. I want to make it look a little more tree guardian, a little less like an insect, but you know what? If that's what it wants to look like, maybe that's what it's going to be. Because I do think we have some really strong shapes here. All right, what was I thinking with the jaw? What am I wanting with the jaw? First of all, I would really like if it had eyes of some sort. All right, I'm gonna, oh, that's really awful. Oh, God, I don't want them like that. Like, that's haunting. I want them a little more like slants or something. Like, calm, like closed, scary eyeballs. Like, look, that is horrifying. That goes straight through the soul. You know what? I'm gonna leave it. It has a lot of personality. I don't love it, but I think it's important when I have interesting secondary forms coming up, I leave them for a little bit. Taylor says, Mia, since it's on the lake, the tavern needs a water wheel. Oh, it really does. That would be lovely. All right, we need to put a little stamp of this thing up here so that way people know what the heck is going on. It's such a big model. All right, we are figuring out the face. I want, okay, sorry. I want something elegant, haunting, scary, demonic. Also, we really need to start working on the color scheme here. The green is really making it look like a giant bug. Let's make it white. That helps a lot. Okay. So, face. What are we doing? I don't know. Ooh. You know what'd be cool? Dual set of eyes. Oh, I have an idea. I love how the workflow is just me not knowing what I'm doing and then all at once being like, aha, like we're going to round off the forehead a little bit here. And then we're going to create 2 sets of eyes. I'm going to just punch them out using the move brush. So we're going to have a punch here and then a secondary one up here. I think would be really cool. Let me use my clay brush before I add those in. Where is clay? There it is. Building up the forehead a touch more. That way the eyes have somewhere to fit. Punching an eyeball in here, a secondary set in here. It needs to be smaller for it to read best. And then kind of like a little bit of an overall slant, I think. Why do you look so disappointed? This is not the face I thought that was gonna happen. It's because I gave it this weird little mouth. I want it to look more like a skull. That does not look like a skull. All right, let's move this over. Yeah, here we go. Stop looking the way you're looking. There. We were all thinking it. There we go. Here we go. It's starting to get a little noisy, the design here, but I'm gonna roll with it. I can always refine later. Maybe put eyes on the horns. Yeah, heck yeah. Absolutely yes. That would go with like this overseer look I have planned. Also, do you guys see like how nothing, it's so small. See how ridiculous this looked? And then we got here, like just keep going. I cannot figure out what I want happening with this nose mouth situation, so I'm going to avoid it and work on the chin. I don't know what I want to do with your mouth, sir. What if I didn't? What if I just like grabbed his face and then just like pulled it straight down? No. Though he is looking a little adorable, and that's not really what I wanted. So we're gonna stretch this down a little bit. There we go. We're starting to get some more like deer-like elements, which I like. That's more of that Leshen idea that I had. Did I delete your chin? I didn't mean to. When did I delete that subtool? I have no memory of doing that. Okay, not a big deal. We're gonna just duplicate the head and just scoot another copy of the head underneath it, which could be cool for a lot of reasons. Make it a 3-faced head. I might. It's like, you know, I barely know what to do with one. What if I just made more? And I kind of like the concept we have here with this all-seeing thing, especially with having eyeballs on the horns. There's something to this. I'm gonna leave that for a second. Yeah, that's gonna be cool. It's underdeveloped right now, but it's gonna happen. Eloa, me updating the Wheel of Fate because the Peasants and Mia are already doing them. Just we're inspired. We're a creative bunch. Can you guys help me with how to... I want horns, but I also think I want this 3-face thing happening. Yeah, Toda also loves it. Taylor, I'm so glad that you're here for this stream specifically. It's always fun when you're around, but like, yes. Oh, I see you said Evangelion, Angels. Check, Sashiel. Can you put a picture in the Discord? I would love that. Like a multi-headed Hydra, right? Okay, I feel like I need to get these horns out of the way to get all these proportions working. Ooh, what do I want to do with the what? What are proportions? How circular do I want this to be? So pay attention when you are creating shapes like this. Like, yeah, the horns are interesting by themselves, right? Like this is an interesting shape, but what the shape I'm really creating is what's in between them. So just keep that in mind when you're like adding pieces and like the way it's affecting the silhouette. Sometimes it's the negative space that you're affecting that's more important than the actual piece itself. Yeah, faces further up the horns. Yeah, I agree, Micah. I'm kind of already doing that. But now that you said it, I want to do it more. Toda says, make the side head have a unicorn horn and the middle has 2. That's how you can make it look interesting if it's a tree. With the horn embed in their forehead like roots. Okay, what you said makes sense. And I'm like, what? Make the side heads have a unicorn horn. Okay, so me being like, where does this go? Okay, so I'm actually gonna make these heads larger. We're gonna take these horns and essentially, again, they're gonna be more like coming out of the like, oh my God, that's totally gonna work. But I'm confused by what we do with the center ones. You said, Toda, man, You guys can't all be my favorite. Okay, this is great. You said to add 2 horns on the center. Oh. Oh, okay. I see it. Y'all see the smile, like. Oh my God. Okay, what do I want to do with the shape here? I don't know. I don't want to overcomplicate it, but like, this is cool. This is really cool. Oh, monkey. It could be part deer, part bug, part rock, part tree, part turkey leg. No. Oh, epic. Ooh, this is gorgeous. Oh, similar, very similar horn shape. Thank you, Satyr. I like the flare on the edge here. This also kind of like the Leshy from Princess Mononoke. I am horrified that I have not seen that movie. I know, I am like a fake Studio Ghibli stan. God, but anyway, the fact that this has any similarity really makes me happy. That's a huge compliment. Thank you. It does. Yeah, Micah says it reminds me of Little Some Moss with a super massive antenna. It does. Right? Very pointy. Let me kind of flare these out a little more. These ones got a little too small. I'm looking at the reference that Satyr put in. Ooh, that could be a really interesting shape here. Yeah. Satyr says, I quit. I rescind my position. On stream. Ian says, I'm sorry, you need to stop what you're doing and go watch it. Oh, I know. I know. I can't believe I haven't seen it yet. I need to. I have the movies too. I bought the little set on like Apple TV or something. Sorry guys, stream over. Does it need wings? I don't think so. I think that would finally be enough to be too much. Yeah. I refuse to use my warlock powers or call you my patron until you watch it. I will watch Princess Mononoke tonight. I promise. Movie night. Maybe not tonight, but like this week. All right, I want to get some sort of color scheme happening here. I do think this white and beige would be cool. Turn the sculpt stream into a watch party. That would be cool. I guess I like you guys enough for that. We'll see. All right, I'm gonna grab my paintbrush and turn on drag rectangle. We're finally gonna get some color in here. I'm just gonna have it two-toned for now. I find that's a lot easier for me to figure stuff out. I'm not great at color, so by keeping stuff really simple is a strength for me. I usually like to have things two-toned, and if I can't express the concepts that I have in my design with a two-tone, just two colors, then I will introduce a third, but like very reluctantly. So right now I just have white and like this kind of like off-white, more on the green side. All right, and the last thing that I will do is add in some gradients, which technically makes it not two-tone anymore. Gonna make it just a bit darker on the bottom here. I really like to enable a backface mask when I'm poly painting because it pretty much creates an ambient occlusion effect. See, isn't that cool? Kind of get some shadows for free. I love free shadows. I'm gonna add this darker splotch down the spine. I don't know what is going on back here. We will worry about that later. I think this entire base needs to be moved down just a touch. Oop, it is grabbing more than just that folder. why. I don't know why. Transpose set. There we go. I just had to update it. So that's before, that's the after, just to help separate the two. I'm gonna go even farther then, just as far as possible, pretty much. And then the tavern is now floating in the sky. Get down there. There you go. Before I forget, Taylor did say that a water wheel would be great, and I'm probably not going to model a whole tavern on stream in addition to this, but you didn't say how detailed the water wheel needed to be. And I always have an answer for these things. We're gonna just whoop. Water wheel. Amazing. All right, so here's kind of our stage 2 of this design happening. Man, I've gotten a lot better this year. Feels good. All right. Going to broaden the silhouette. This is where I'm probably gonna take a break soon here because silhouette's gonna be really important and we don't want to get too insane here. But this is what we had before. Look at that dopey little face. This is what we have now. I'm gonna need to work on the face more, don't get me wrong. Ooh, I like that. That makes it look more like a Lushan deer sort of thing. We're stretching the snoot. Cool. All right. Anyway, what's going on? Oh, Foxy's here. Hello, hello. Isn't it funny, Foxy? Like, there's definitely elements of the splendor that are showing up here. I cannot believe it, but it's happening. Eloa says, so far, Mia's been doing awesome. Lots of experimenting and even tried out Sculpt Pro and sorted her folders. I cannot believe that sorting folders has made it to my list of accomplishments. I need to fix this. I have head 1_8, 1_6, 7, 5, 3. Yeah, I know. We're gonna fix it. Okay. That's a head. Fixing the thing. So I don't just have a million nonsense folders. There we go. What is this? Neck. I feel like this is entirely unnecessary. Chest. Midriff. I don't know what you can call this. We have so many arms, so we're going to call them top arms and bottom arms. You know what? I'm going to call the bottom arms grabbers. And then all of these are just feet. The feet are not touching the ground. We're going to come up here, stretch with the gizmo. Haha, another touching. This will be the main body. Sweet, everything is labeled except for Taverb, which will be in all caps. This is the first time I ever modeled the Taverb, and it's inspiring. It's beautiful. Taverb, this is the pinnacle of my skill right here. Monkey says, you know what's missing on the Taverb, Mia? A stable. Okay, that'd actually be really cute. I would also like that. I was gonna sit here with a render for a second, but I know of a really cheap, easy way to make a stable, so we're gonna do that. All right, the stable is going to be... The fact that I keep working on this little low poly Taverb is really cracking me up. This is not what I thought was gonna happen. Anyway, so to make the stable, here's how I'm gonna do it. It's just gonna be a little cover, essentially, that appends to the Taverb. And yes, I am seriously going to make like a really high detail, gorgeous Taverb at some point, just not today. All right. We're gonna have a couple of these, because I can get this done in like literally not even 5 minutes. Here we go. I'm gonna duplicate it, we're gonna move it, rotate. And then a little cover. It's the best stable you ever did see. You. All right, we now have a little stable. The Taverb is growing a lot. I'm gonna be careful of how many of these suggestions I add, because I know you guys are like, Taverb. All right, there's now a little stable. Back to this. Sounds good, Ian. Thank you so much for hanging out. Sorry you have to go to the dentist with your kid. The dentist is horrible, but hey, at least you get to hang out with your kid. Toda says, looking at this, I think one of the whispers beyond the trees. What if this tree guardian had tree or tree attributes on its limbs? Oh, it definitely will. When I detail this, it's gonna be a lot of tree. Fox says, Mia, it'd be great for the Taverb to have a lumber mill. No, this is where we stop. Does the stable have a basement for Ricky? It's called a cellar, and no. Oh my god. Yes, I agree. Lo says, can we get a break time? Yes, I agree. Break time is now. I'm worried that the head looked better when it was squishy heads. I can always... Yeah, we're going to squish it a little bit. Yeah. I don't want the head getting too big. I feel like if I use move and back face mask, I might be able to get something cool if I just like pull this forward. This is the opposite of me going on break. I am just still sculpting. 1 second. All right, I'm taking a break. Yes, when we return from break, we will have some more chaos to arrive. Sounds fantastic. I think this is good in between the hard surface looking heads and like the deer look. You can tell it's an elder god. Thank you. That's the goal. I like that as a name for it, Satyr says. The Whisper Within the Woods, or just the Whisperer for short. Yes, write that down. Ooh, do you know what? Okay, oh, I have an idea here. So, you know like when wind goes through a forest, it makes it like sh sound, you know what I mean? As it, you know, shushing, literally. I imagine that all these little tendrils, as they kind of like move in between the forest, would make a similar sound of like a wind going through a forest. So again, the Whisperer, absolutely, but the Whisperer Within the Woods, you know how I feel about alliteration. Big win, big W. I'm gonna save this again, and we're gonna call it the maybe just the Whisper, even Within the Woods, because it is the Whisper. Heck yeah. Ooh, this is cool. Birch seed scales. Good shape for this thing. That's so close to the head shape that we have already. I am definitely going to look at this when I get back from break. But I'm going to take a break before Lois screams at me and like, you are not doing the thing. All right. Amazing. This has been so much fun. Thank you guys. The chat is full of Taverb Peasant regulars, which is what I love to see. But if you're new and you're lurking and like just enjoying the vibes, I'm also really happy to have you guys here. I'm gonna go on break for about 15 minutes, maybe up to 20. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. It might be up to 30 minutes. Go grab a snack, go grab a drink. It's gonna be a long stream, it's gonna be a fun one. Like the stream before you grab a snack if you haven't already. And I will see you guys in a bit. Again, thank you. This has been an absolute blast. Seriously, I love my job. Hey y'all, welcome back. We have more festivities planned, and I now have headphones and music again. I just wasn't sure like what today's prompt was gonna be, or I don't know. I need utmost focus, which means no music. But now we're chilling. This is going real smooth. I'm having a great time. So we're back to headphones. Also, I love this extremely crunchy chat right now about routers and networks. This is hysterical. I'm glad you guys are helping each other. The way that I never know what the chat's gonna be about every day is wonderful. Also, I want to draw attention to this. Please check out our Discord just to join like the live stream hub, this channel, and check out Reaper. This is so important. So Taylor Beth, you can commission her on Ko-Fi. And then also she has her artistry on there, all kinds of cool stuff. I have personally commissioned her before. Great experience. She's super quick turnaround and just awesome. My little profile picture, which you cannot see as of right now, was made by her. It's like in the style of Danny Phantom. Again, super cool. Check her out. She's the best. I'm going to go ahead and link her Ko-Fi in the Discord again because, hey, it's free to follow it. Bam. Sweet. All right. Well, it is on to the next part here, which we're going to spin the wheel yet again to see how it's going to affect our lovely creature we are working on today. And up next we have a familiar sprout. Okay. That's got a familiar sprouting wings. Oh. First I was like, is it just like a little tuft of like grass? Okay. All right. I like it. It has to look like grass. Some sort of little plant. Some sort of little dude. A familiar sprouting wings. Okay. So he gets a little dude. And you know, it's funny. It's actually happy hour right now. So it's like super on the nose. I like it. So during happy hour, I usually handle student questions and review their work, but I did that before stream just to make sure. And then I also, what else did I do during happy hour? Oh, if there were donations and it hits $30, then we do a Taverb pet, but this works out really perfect because we are going to make a little dude, I think. Eloa says, Mia, the Whispering Woods can't be everywhere. They summon their own familiar for recon and to fly over the battlefields. I love that. A Tressum. That'd be cute. I have made a Tressum before, but it's been a long time. Alright, we're gonna make a little dude. A little familiar. I would like if it had a lot of shapes that were reminiscent of this giant monster we're doing. Check DMs. Yes. Oh, another party member. That's right. I spent 30 minutes on this main critter here, and then I spun the Wheel of Fate, which means I have unlocked. Oh, it's gonna be Monkey! Yes! Their skills of swinging chaos into the fold and mastering the maps of mini campaigns. Oh my gosh, is this the Taverb? Is that why they said a stable? That makes sense. Oh, I'm so glad I did that too. Oh my gosh, I love this. Cool. There's so much like official like Taverb lore and like visual now. So those are all the rooms upstairs looks like. Very cool. This little game table. It's like poker. Oh, it's so cool. I love this. Thank you, Monkey. This is amazing. Look at all the detail in here. Wow. This is awesome. I'm just looking at all these tiny little details and like all the food laid out, and this is just awesome. This is very, very thoughtful. Again, thank you to Monkey, but also thank you to Eloa. This has just been fantastic. I want to make sure you feel really appreciated too. And I know I say that, but very important. We also spent a whole week trying to get the Taverb pet STL files from you in a non-sus way so Monkey could place them in the map. Lots of fun secrets here. Oh my gosh, I love... That makes a lot of sense now. Yeah. Awesome. I really appreciate you guys. Again, I feel very, very lucky to have a community like this. Well, let's make a little dude. Oh my gosh, yeah! Like, Sunken, right? What is the name of this thing? Sunkert? I can't remember. And the little one too is like Petil. I like the little one a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna make something kind of more along the lines of that. A lot of the chibis are on the map. I thought I was seeing that. Yeah. I was like, do my eyes deceive me? There we go, I can scroll finally. This is just so cool. Oh, look at all the instruments up here. I'm like blown away at how detailed this is. Is that the little mouse? That's so cool. You guys are the freaking coolest. Oh my god. Monkey says, a lot of chibis are on the map, which makes me ask, which chibi powers the soul of the whisper within the woods? Yeah, I'll see. I'm not sure. We're gonna find out. Probably like something. It makes me very, very Pokemon reminiscent right now. Paint says, I want to see a werewolf Taverb maiden. Not a weird thought. That's very specific. Oh my gosh. That would be a fun idea though. All right, let's go ahead and put a little stamp of this monstrosity up here. We're gonna open up a new tool, and we're pretty much making a Taverb pet. So let's go ahead and start with a sphere. Again, this little dude needs to have wings. I really like the idea of, spin it the other way, this looking very similar to Petal, or Petil, Petly, however it is. It's not going to be quite like literally a Taverb pet, but it's going to be close. And then the important thing here is that it has wings. Can't forget that. I like the idea of having like a little like cloth, essentially. It kind of zooms around like a little ghosty. Eloa says, Mia, I sent this up a couple months ago and brought together as an art dream team where we did all of this for this event stream. There's plenty more fun stuff to come. Well, heck yeah, I'm ready. This has been so much fun. Again, I've been really excited about this stream, and I'm so glad that I didn't rush it and do it last month, because I did not have time last month. And I sent Eloa a DM too. I was like, I'm so sorry, I just didn't have time this month, but like, when I do, which I think I planned it almost a month ago, it was like July 14th. That's when it's happening. And Eloa was super cool about it. And especially seeing like how much detail and thought you put into this, like always. I am especially glad that I did not do this stream when I was like super tired and zonked last month, because that just wouldn't have been fair. So I'm just making a little dude here. I'm just sketching. I'm just having a good time. I mean, as you guys can tell, I'm not having any fun today. I don't know why it needs to be mad, but I just think this being a little angry dude would be great. I want to give it little eyebrows for once. Yes. Perfection. And also, hello to everyone that's going to be watching in the future, because I already know a lot of Taverb Peasants are going to be reviewing this stream because maybe they weren't free today. So yeah. You're also very appreciated. All right, so the wings are going to look kind of like little leaves. Rudy. No fun. Just business. Yep, that's us. Alright, kind of making these leaves, again, anything that looks like little bits of like grass tufts, essentially. I don't think it has arms. I'm not certain about arms being necessary here. Sarah says, Mia, oh, do something different. Don't give him any emotion. Just flat, affectionless little dude. You know, I'm not against that either. I'll need to duplicate this. And then make the eyebrows separate. And then just undo for just blank. You know, I do like the just absolute blank orbs. Affectless. Eloa says party member 3 is a special edition that may or may not join the party. We'll see. I'm gonna move these little eyes even lower. Like, where? Just blank. Head empty. No thoughts. Also make his wings come out of his head. Oh, okay. I'm gonna at least try that because that's hysterical. Okay, now it looks like an axolotl. No, we can't do that. I tried it. Reject. This little dude is almost done. All right, we're gonna reduce this down and then we're gonna move him into the main scene. Saviour says, I'm just imagining the animation of it and it's hilarious. Oh, I put this up on its head. Give him a stalk that they come out of, like Sunkern's little stem. Oh, like this? Okay, that is hysterical. I get you. It'd be kind of more like... more along the lines of this. He looks like a little palm tree. Funny dude. It's hysterical. Yeah, no, I like this because it looks kind of like a big bow. I wouldn't mind making what you're talking about though. It's like a little variant though. The animation, that would be adorable. Like, could they just flap really aggressively or would the whole thing like spin? Yeah, they just flap around. That would be funny. All right. This is our little dude. I'm going to merge just visible to have its own little subtool here. we're gonna call it. Little guy. If I can spell. There we go. Then we're gonna bring this into the main scene. And my idea is kind of what Eloa said, like, these would just like, there'd be a bunch of them. Hey, why don't you have paint? Where's your paint? There we go. And they just kind of like float around, but they'd be like tiny. Like, this is how big I would imagine they would be in proportion. I'm just gonna put like a bunch of them. You know what? It's worth moving each one around just a little bit. Check these out. Just some little guys. Incredible. All right, did it decimate those too much? No, we're good. Wow, this thing looks insane. This has been so much fun. Again, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. All right, what is next? What are we working on next? I think I'm going to adjust the antlers a bit. Oh, yeah, totally. Again, I need to watch the movie. Do these touch in the center? Almost. We don't want that. There we go. I'll lower these on the head. And I really like this shape right here. This thing is so freaking weird. I love it. So right now I'm kind of just playing with the secondary forms. I like a lot of what we have happening already, but it's probably time to push these forms a bit more. One of my favorite things to do is when I have some like bony landmarks mapped out, is just to click on different subtools and go over to the contrast slider and just kind of play with this and see if it creates any new shapes I really like. Like, for example, when I did this, it's causing these center horns to extrude like all the way down his face. And I might not have thought of that before, but now that I'm seeing it, I'm like, ooh, I like that. I also want these to be a little less like lumpy. I want the taper to be a bit smoother. There we go. I think that's really, really cool. Oh yeah, oh, it's happening. There's the head shape I was wanting. So I did not in fact want a chin, I just wanted horns all the way down its face. All right, again, this is looking kind of lumpy, which is good. I mean, I do want it to have some shapes like that, because again, it's gonna look like tree roots by the time I'm done with it. All right, monkey's back. Hello, hello. Why does this look so high poly? Oh, my smooth brush is using, Sculptris Pro. I see. Is that why my snake hook one wouldn't work? It was. I turned it on for smooth. I knew something was weird. Okay. Figured out a mystery from earlier in the stream. We're good. So I'm really breaking these shapes down a lot to be really simple now. And they'll make it much easier for me to clean up. I want to avoid it being too perfect and samey, but I do like it being clean. At least before I detail, it's nice to have things like this. All right, cool. These get a little more spindly than I want. Let's just add some more bulk here. Yeah, sick. Ooh, I like that curve we have happening here. I don't mind extending the face a touch. Cool. It's all like, it's cool like seeing these ideas I had early in the stream all coming together. Sandra says, let's see, where was the first part? Oh, there's it. Or does it only have one face and each of those faces on the side or where its eyes go? Are those its nose and the eyes are on the horns? There's so many questions. 3 faces. There's 3 faces. But we are still shaping. We are still kind of figuring things out. And then these horns are probably gonna like get really spindly in the way that they come off and like fit to the head. I want to experiment with that really quick using ZBrush Pro, but not subdivision levels. I can actually keep it low poly. I don't have to. Yeah, I can have my cake and eat it too. I want it to look more like tree roots, not just like goop. But we'll see what happens. Because again, I don't want this getting too clean. That's why it's looking kind of bug-like, which is cool, and I don't mind that. This looks like a melted candle right now. Monkey says, just FYI Mia, there's another map coming your way soon. Ah, spoiled. The basement for the Taverb. It will have a little timeout jail for the bad peasants, and it will have a little mini dungeon where us, cultists, or I mean less peasants, conduct your rituals, our rituals. Also, we have a whole assortment of resin in the kegs, and there may or may not be a resin elemental on the loose in the basement. Oh my goodness. Or I think you called it a cellar earlier. That's amazing. That's so... Y'all are so cool. That is so cool. Like, we have so much lore that has like developed just by like being silly on stream. I'm freaking pumped. I also have something I want to show you guys, but it's a super, super, super secret project that I can't show you. Ricky would kill me if I did, so I won't. But this map that we're working on is really cool, and I may or may not have a prototype of said thing already, and it's modular, maybe, and probably can fit Monkey's map exactly. Just saying, like, this is really cool. You'll know more about it like in October, but I can't say anymore, otherwise Ricky will throw a fit. So, yes. Blame him. All right. Anyway, back to making tree root stuff that totally doesn't look like a melted candle. It definitely doesn't look like a tree root right now. There's Ricky. Stop it. I didn't say anything else. But Ricky, by the way, it's like your first appearance. How freaking cool is this map that Monkey made? And then also Reaper's art. Here we go. And I promise the whole poing system is going to get a rehaul, and like, look, there's a lot cooking, okay? What if, okay, I have a really crazy idea, and I don't know if it's gonna be good or not, so I'm going to do the thing that I always tell my peasants to do, which is just duplicate, save a copy of it, and then go crazy. Just gonna try something out. I think Eloa already knows what I'm doing here. Because I was like, what if this space in between these antlers was like a portal? like, I'm a pretty creative person, but I will say there's something about streaming that I think of stuff that I swear I wouldn't have otherwise. There's something about having an audience that like turns my brain on in a different way. You know how some people have like stage fright? It's like the opposite of that. These are the organic shapes that I've been really excited to add. And literally this would not be possible without Sculptris Pro. Okay, mirror and weld. Like cool, but asymmetrical. It needs to be asymmetrical, not a mirror and weld in this one. That's insane. I said I wasn't gonna do antlers, and I think I kind of did, but this is something else. Rudy, Mia is siphoning our presence as a buff to create art. Oh my god, I love that. Someone add that to the lore. Absolutely. Okay, the M3DM Monday release is out. Yay! Let's check it out really quick. Paint says, today has gone by so fast for me. You're telling me. My goodness, this has been awesome. Alright, this release is iconic. Y'all, pay attention. This is one of the goofiest releases we've ever done. Hope you like chickens. All right, so we got our knights and stuff, and yes, that is just a bunch of chickens. We have, oh yeah, the knight, normal, female knight, looks great, gorgeous, gorgeous, right? No one cares, chickens. This is the first chicken we have, which is the chicken musketeer, which printed adorable, and it's so close to the chonk of the D20, unintentional, and I love that. I also ended up keeping the eggs, the golden eggs that Eloa recommended. So yeah, we have the chicken musketeer. So of course, I also had to make normal freaking chickens. So we had like a hen, very small. We have a rooster. Depending how you paint them, it could be whatever, honestly. And then put both the chickens on the same vase. Because I was like, you know what we don't have enough of? Chickens. So if you need knights and a bunch of chickens, you know where to go. There is also 1,000 other models you can enjoy. Again, this is on Patreon. All 3D print ready. You get the entire backlog of my stuff. I think you need a chicken musketeer in your campaign, like yesterday. Rudy says, I love this. Thank you. I'm really proud of it. Awesome. Thank you, Ricky. It looks fantastic. Ricky is a little bummed out because, yeah, our camera, a piece of the SD card snapped off inside of the camera. So he had to take these pictures just on his phone. So they're not like super fancy. But hey, he got the job done and we love it. So good job, Ricky. Monkey says, I'm going to need me 2 of those chickens. And I kept the turkey leg, Monkey. Yeah. Rudy says, the knights remind me of Lady Leda from Shadow of the Erdtree. Yeah, I would love if I'd play that DLC one day, but I can't justify buying DLC for a game that I'm not good enough to play. Elden Ring. Yeah. Sater says, Mia, there's a lot to be said for creativity and community. Or community and creativity? Both works. That's so true. So true. Foxy says, good luck siphoning any artistic presents from me. That's hysterical because like you gave me the Splendor request, even if it wasn't your request, you were like a middleman. But it still works, you know. There's definitely elements of the Splendor in this, 100%. Yes, and they are not chickens. They're chicken-shaped turkeys. Rudy says, hey, a lore idea. What is the Bard's Horcrux? Or what if the Bard's Horcrux is just a horde of chickens? Oh my gosh. Payne says, "Mia, it's a BS excuse." Ah, been called out in my own chat by my Peasants. You can play co-op mod with some viewers or friends. I play on console, so I'm not gonna mod that. But I still could like call people in to help me. No. Alright, Eloa has a new DM for me. Now what? Oh, another wheel? Jesus Christ. Okay. Alright, but wait. There's more. Because I was doing well. Or maybe I was doing distracted. Okay. I don't know if this is a punishment or a praise. What's okay. Foxy says, "Mia, it's not that you're not good enough at the game. It's that you're not good enough at the game yet." Cthulhu's influence. Okay. We're going to add Cthulhu's influence to this. When I think Cthulhu, I think, you know, tentacles, which is hysterical because it's very close to what we have. But more than that, it's in the textures. Okay. Okay, I need pictures. I need pictures. So I think what I'm going to do to incorporate this is specifically the hands. Yeah. Yeah. Spin, so like this, but with larger claws on them. And then kind of like bulk out the shoulders a lot more than I already have. Okay. I can do that. Oh, I like the shape of the face on this specific interpretation too. I can shape the head look a little more Cthulian-esque. What if... It would muddy the design, but what if it didn't? What if I added like tentacles to the face? It's a little literal on the Cthulian influence, I realize, but I just want to try it. I just want to try it. All right, we're gonna go to curved modifiers, enable size, flip it so it is a negative linear, just means it's gonna taper, and just, yum. We're gonna add some nonsense here. I'm gonna lock start, which is gonna allow me to wiggle these around. So lock start, see, I can now wiggle. Me. We're gonna do one side at a time. We're not gonna worry about this symmetry nonsense. I am worried, again, this is gonna like noisy up the design too much, but I can't help it. This has been a more is more design, and I'm fine with it. So I'm adding potentially tentacles, which I know is a very, very literal interpretation of Cthulhu, but look, it just fits this model so well. I'm doing one side at a time. And yeah, that can absolutely just mean like different texturing, webbing, claws. Absolutely, Satyr, I agree. But I was like, you know what? A literal interpretation here might be cool. Ooh, Rudy says maybe tentacles on the back for defense and possible AoE. Screw the face tentacles. Tentacles on the back. That's going to bring... Yes, that's going to fix the side silhouette. Somebody give poing to Rudy. I mean, I guess Satyr too. But they're a mod. They know they're appreciated. Alright. Oh my god. I love it. Yeah. Yeah. This is super cool. Rudy, you did an art. Oh, do you know what I really love about this idea too? Is that our little guys that we've created earlier, like the familiars, I think it would be super fitting if, when they're not being sent out, if they just like sit on these little tentacles. Like that's just where they hang out for the ride. Because I imagine they don't move very fast, you know what I mean? So it'd be really difficult for them to keep up. So the idea of having some of them just like waiting before they're actually like sent out would be really precious. Tell me that is not perfect. They just kind of hang out. They just kind of wait. Oh my god. Freaking cool. Why is there more wheels happening? Eloa, there are limits to my power. Oh wait, did this show up again? Or is this... I saw it refreshed and it scared me. Okay. Hello, but wait, it doesn't stop there. Jesus Christ. How many things could I add to this before it starts getting bad again? Oh well. This is part of being... it's Eloa's stream, guys. It's Eloa's world, we're just living in it. Inspired by the Age of Dragons. Let me think. I can do Age of Dragons. Okay, is this like a game? Because this is not Dragon Age. The Age of Dragons. It's a movie? Meep. There's my thing. But yeah. Eloa, explain. Or just like, oh, like it's like a writer? Pick something from Dragon Age you love and incorporate it. Okay, cool. Because I was like, what the heck is this? Okay. Ooh, awesome. Okay, I'm excited. That makes sense. Oh my goodness. Okay, what can I do that's Dragon Age related? Oh, I can do so much. Okay. I take back all my complaints immediately. Okay, one second. I have the book for art, and there's a lot of really cool concept art that they didn't get to implement, and I have an idea of something that I can implement. That's why I have a bunch of little bookmarks and tabs. It was all meant for this moment. Okay. Yeah, because like, how do I show you guys stuff? Hello. Bear with me here. Yeah. Like, look at this chandelier. How freaking cool is that, right? That tree chandelier. Like, obviously that's not what we're making today, but it is somewhat related. And it's concepts like that I feel like could fit this model really well. I'm so pumped. Any excuse to talk about Dragon Age and bring it up on stream and show like my book. I'm thrilled. This is great. Ooh, what if I made this like something that had similar elements as like Darkspawn, which would make this the archdemon essentially. Ooh, I have a bunch of like scenery shots for when they were concepting like the world that's around. I might even use this to influence the base. Sater said, Mia is such a nerd. I do the same thing with my art books. That's great. Monkey says, heck yeah, Darkspawn, right? I feel like there's a lot of things, elements in this. Here we go. So these are unfortunately designs that did not make it into the game. Well, I mean, some of them kind of did, but let me show you guys. Yeah, this camera. Oh, look, more Dragon Age stuff on the wall. Anyway, but yeah, like this is a Desire Demon. That is in the game somewhat. Ooh, spooky. Oh my God, spooky lotus flower. That needs to be on the base. Yeah, and then summons this little nymph thing. But yeah, most Darkspawn look kind of like this. Again, these designs didn't actually make it into the game. But the way those horns are constructed, absolutely very cool. Look how cool this stuff looks. Oh my God, there's so much. So I'm going to pretty much use like scrapped Darkspawn ideas and then incorporate them to this character. Tentatively, this lotus flower needs to be on the base for a lot of reasons. One, lotus flowers are my favorite kind of flower. And two, it fits this design so well with the tentacles and nonsense. So I'm going to go ahead and model that. It's going to be like a separate piece thing. Where can I put this? All right, we're going to take a picture of it and put it in Discord. Bam. Amazing. Also, highly recommend. Great book. Okay. I'm not having any fun. We're going to jump over to the Mystery Stream livestream hub. I think I'll take 2 chickens. Amazing. And I'm gonna put that screenshot in here and I'm gonna model it. So let's go. Just Lingle says, Mia, the lotus flower is also my favorite. Impeccable taste. All right, let's make this mutated lotus flower. So okay. So it's a diorama piece. Usually I want to contain everything on the diorama, like, you know, like on the base, but how cool would it be like if you're playing like this in a game, you know, like imagine you try to fight this thing. One, you would just get wrecked. You would not be able to fight this thing. But I always like when there are separate pieces that are like area of effect attacks, essentially. And I think having these lotus flowers spawn around it off of the base would be really, really cool. So that's my idea. We're gonna go ahead and boop. All right, so we got little guy. And then now we are also going to have another piece, which is going to be this lotus flower. The first thing I'm going to do is create a center point where I know where to connect the petals to. And then we're going to create one petal. I'm going to duplicate this. We're going to make it very, very low poly. I'm going to zero mesh it at half. And essentially we're going to make it like normal, like straight on, and then we're going to bend it. You'll see. I don't think this is necessarily what Eloa had in mind. Probably meant more so like affecting the actual model, not making a separate piece entirely, but like it's gonna go on the base. It's part of the lore. Just Lingual, Mia, incorrect. I would win in a fight against it. I would look for an exhaust port and fire a torpedo into it, using the force to guide my aim. I'm like, is this a fucking Death Star reference? Yeah. Eloa says, nope, whatever you want from Dragon Age. This is perfect. Beautiful. Technically, this didn't even make it into Dragon Age, but I don't care. This is kind of present in Veilguard. Anyway. All right, we're making one petal. Sater says that's actually a really strong boss design for 5e. The biggest problem or challenge with combat in 5e is the action economy. If you're able to give your boss a way to spawn allies to distract the adventurers, it will go a lot longer. I love that you have like, you're like my crunchy compliment guy. And I love that. Like that's my other friend Walker is a lot like that too, where it's instead of just like strong boss design. No, it's like, this, and like because of these mechanics, and like I don't know, they're my favorite. What do these petal shapes look like? They look like this, and then we're gonna bend it, and I might make this pretty extreme. Hopefully this will look like a lotus flower by the time that I'm done with it. If not, we'll do it again. Nah, I got this. I do like making it really dramatic and especially curled though. All right, we have a petal. I'm gonna flatten it a little bit. There we go. And then scoop out the inside. We have a single petal. I'm gonna polish my features, it's a little rounded. And then we're gonna look at this. Oh, there's teeth on the edges. Of course there is. All right, I'm missing the other bend. I should have used bend curve. How does that happen so much? It cracks me up. All right, there we go. I'm just gonna scoot this over. All right, it's good enough. And then I can adjust as needed. Must not get lost in this side design. Just get the point across. And then focus on the lore. Yeah, here we go. Duplicate this, put it in the center, twist, inflate, and then teeth. All right. Don't want a ton of these. Just a couple. Use IMM primitive to put that little nodule thing on top. I used to know what these are called, and now I don't. Duplicate these a few times. There we go. Yay me for not fussing over the petal design. Let's create some leaves on the bottom, which are really just gonna be these insane tentacles. Satyr says, to me and just lingual, as fellow engineering nerds, you'll appreciate this. I saw a thing one time that explained how stupid people are for mocking the exhaust port. That's great. I think I've seen this video that you're talking about. All right, squish, move up. This is going to be a leaf. So it needs to look leafy. Not to be mistaken with a petal. That's like similar. I'm gonna add this little crease down the center and on the back. Oop. And then a small bend. And then of course, tentacles and teeth. I can actually make these petals a lot wider. Okay, it's really easy to combine that. Yeah. I'm gonna use my Move Topological brush to really kind of pull some variety out of these shapes here. And that's why I make each petal its own piece. That way I have a lot of control over how I want to change this and do some cool things. All right. Now for like angry tentacles. There we go. I'm gonna use the spiral brush to really, there we go. Oh, bam. Oh no, there it is. I love how it's like pick something from Dragon Age and I'm like, how about concept art that never got implemented, but I wish that it did. No, that didn't work. We're gonna duplicate and we're gonna just spin. I'm gonna move this whole thing and pivot it forward a little bit so it's easier to see. And then whatever, oh, I forgot about this. I have a sphere in here somewhere. Are you gonna look interesting or are you unnecessary? You're unnecessary, go away. All right, and then we're gonna kind of like pivot this towards the camera because I had a point on here that looked, here we go, it was this side. I'm gonna open this up a little bit more. There we go. And then the crazy tentacles need to complement the design and not drown the design. See? Yeah. Yep. All right, and now teeth. I'm gonna go with these because I think it's gonna look like pretty natural looking barbs. Yep. Let's add a little bit of color. I think something purple would complement the design we have here quite nicely. Let's get something dark. Cool. All right, and for now, let's go ahead and merge this down, lower the poly count, throw it on a little base. I'll have some more. Ooh, I love those horns in black, even if it wasn't intentional. For now, I'm just gonna have these on the base. But the idea, especially if you're gonna fight this, would be these would actually spawn on their own pieces. It's a really beautiful little detail. And oh look, a blank spot. As if it was meant for this. Oh, that's freaking cool. There we go. It's been implemented into the model. And I like that it's larger than life as well, these lotus flowers. Very monster. Hey, Jared's here. Hello, hello. Hi, congrats on your Kickstarter finishing strong. Thank you so much. Ricky and I are just thrilled with how it did. And part of that's because you allowed me to share my work in Titancraft Kickstarter too, so I really appreciate Kickstarter, Discord, so I really appreciate that. Hey, Mean Cat is here. Hello, hello. Have I ever played a miniature game? No, never heard of tabletop games. What? All right. All right, back to work. We're gonna put these flowers in the base folder because today's theme of the day has weirdly been organization. Good job, me. Rudy, we don't have any fun here. I agree. I agree. All right, let's give this another save. The Whisper Within the Woods is the official name for this. Yeah, no tabletop games here, no art, and especially no fun. You want to have a good time? Get out. Thanks. All right, we are moving on to the critter again. He is getting some more attention. I do think there is some noise happening here. But he's also not posed, so I'm really excited to start working on that. You know what? Maybe it's time to break symmetry. It's time. I'm gonna start posing this critter. It's gonna be awesome. I can change details, I can change whatever I want later, but for now, this has been a ton of fun, and I want to push the next forms by introducing asymmetry. Where do I want to put this head? By just like a general rule of thumb, I just like to take the neck usually and just like, you. Nope, not like that. Like, you. Nope. Why are you not doing the thing? What is this? Oh, I have focal shift to -100. that'll do it. There we go. I don't have a particular plan for the pose here. I'm just like, it just needs to look a little more alive. And again, it's like, don't you have to detail everything twice? Not really. I'll literally just take one of these arms and detail it and then duplicate and mirror it later. Granted, if you've never sculpted a model before, like don't do the workflow I'm doing right now. I'm just, this is not a sculpt with me. This is not a follow along. This is a fuck around and find out kind of workflow. My favorite kind. Keep looking over to the chat and I'm like, all right, is there more problems? No, we're good. I don't know what, this is just like me when I talk to people. It's like, what do I do with my arms? I don't know. All right, we're gonna just delete arms or hide them until I know what to do with them. We're gonna add one arm at a time. And I need to remember that I can bend these things. It doesn't have to just be like this. I think having a bend somewhere around here would be nice. Bend. No, it looks broken. No bend. We're gonna hide the base, I think. How does the Taverb keep falling out of this folder? Get in there. All right. Mock my authority, just like my peasants. Okay, and we're gonna turn all of this black for a second. Come on, whoosh. And so I can really kind of just mess around with this arm. What the hell is going on here? I'm gonna start using the move brush and we're gonna just start pushing stuff around. Ooh. What in the world is going on with this tail? I don't know what's going on with this tail, so if I don't know what purpose a shape serves, we delete it. You see how it's starting to like kind of move? It's starting to like come to life here. Do you guys see this? Also, it makes me realize my proportions were up. We're gonna push that base way down after it comes back in. I'm pretty much working on this as if we're in Transpose Master without having to actually be in Transpose Master. Respect my authority. No. I hate South Park. What is happening? Sato said, I think I'm channeling Mia's inner call girl. What? I've said literally more times today than I have in like, oh, Cali girl. Cali, not call. Dear God. That's how I know you've never lived in California, because nobody that lives in California calls it Cali, ever. So I don't even know what word you were saying there. I was like, what? I was actually talking to someone recently who's from California, and they said Cali, and I was just like... Anyway, that's really funny. Cali girl, I know. Oh, the misspeak. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. To be fair, my YouTube chat is like, it's big on my other screen. So the I after Callie just blends. I'm going to stop. You didn't steak. Anyway, look at this little monster dude. Literally. I don't even say literally that often. Literally, I've said it like 5 times today. And there's the Katy Perry song. I knew it was going to happen. Daisy Dukes. No. Having my Peasants sing California Girls by Katy Perry in my chat was not on my bingo card today. I'll tell you that. Jesus Christ. What are you doing? Sitter said, Mia, no, you don't. I just like being silly myself. But also, yeah, if I start channeling your any Cali girl, they did say call girl that time. Yikes. I'm just gonna move on. Okay. Eloa's like, Eloa, usually I see like your name in the chat and I'm like, oh, it's Eloa. Not today. Hey, Mia, while you figure out those arms, why not spin the wheel? Are you just going to make me spin the wheel until the entire wheel is gone? It's okay. I managed to get work done still. I'm getting stuff done. I mean, I guess that is the stream. That is the point. I feel like he just needs one arm that is gigantic. Okay, I'm going to spin the wheel. Sorry, it's like I'm getting distracted. What if they were just like gigantic arms? Like, I don't know. What was the plot? How big is this creature gonna get? Oh my god. It needs the room. Okay, these arms are... No, we're not doing that. Why are his arms not touching his body? Okay, once I like put his arms back on, we will spin the wheel. Okay, wheel. Now what? More. Okay, now what? The way I thought I was gonna spin this wheel like 3 times maximum today. Oh, yep. Multi-tiered mini. What does that mean? Multi-tiered miniatures. Is this like what you did for your commission? Where like this has to sit on top of something else? I mean, it's already on the vase. That doesn't count. What does it mean? Yes, other miniatures need a spot to sit on top somewhere, have fun. Fuck. Okay. I'm close because I already have our little dude and then the lotus. I don't need to reuse those per se. Huh. I'm thinking. Can we be cool? Come on. Why is nothing moving? I'm trying to move the whole thing. I'm thinking, what can I do here? Oh, why did the head fall off? Don't do that. Oh, there we go. Figured it out. We're fine. Yep. We're gonna hide that down there. All right. I can... There's things I can do with this. I mean, the easy thing to do would be making a variant version of the base, essentially. Where... I have an idea. Okay. Why are you broken? Oh, it's the little lock. This stupid thing. So if this is not locked, then the gizmo doesn't work. Yeah. All right. It would be cool if I made a variant of this that is pretty much like a giant lotus flower. I like the idea. Let's say like you have your party members fighting this thing and they're like kind of cheesing the battle a little bit. You know how players get, right? And so they found out if they're far enough away or something that this thing can't hit them or some crap like that. You can punish your players by upgrading this to where it will pretty much just like engulf the world, you know, as it does. And you can swap it out to put it on this absolutely insane base that literally exists just to punish the players. Because if you're not punishing your players, are you having fun? We don't need stamen. Is that what that's called? Stamen? I don't know. Where it's like the whole thing blooms. Or this could just be the final stage of the boss fight too. That's kind of gorgeous. To where like, yeah, so like, oh, no, it's protecting the Taverb. You're not fighting this, right? I forgot the plot. Anyway, I like the idea of like, as things are approaching and like intruders are approaching, instead of it even bothering trying to like attack or kill these things, it literally just scoops up all of the land on like earth around the Taverb and picks it up and moves away. I think that'd be really cool. So I'm squishing this. Yeah, like a giant. Okay. I don't know why I was so worried about that. Every time I'm like, that's going to be difficult. And I do it and I'm like, oh, I had fun. Crazy. Satyr says, Mia, the sporelings already have that with tendrils. This is true. Rudy says, looks at Whisper, all right, peasants, hear me out. Whatever you're about to say, don't. Oh my god. Just Single says, Mia, just because it's protecting the Taverb doesn't mean it's not out to destroy the world. That's true. That's true. Stamen. They act as portals to the Feywild. Oh, I like that too. Alright, I need to make these leaves separate. Ew, gross. Why is it doing that? There. Where did my leaves go? These are me, black. Yes. Okay, the literal base is kind of stiff and boring. What we're going to do is we're going to Boolean out the shape of the base into the petals. So that way this base, okay, do not explode. I knew you were going to do that. I knew you were going to be dumb. There we go. Okay. 1 second. All right. So the flower is the new base. Literally. So I'm going to be able to Boolean out this shape. So you can take this when it's printed and just put it into this flower. Literally. Nice and seamless like. So it's an organic base. I do plan to have it lifted up a little bit. I just like the idea that of like the land that it's on not sitting perfectly into the bottom of the flower. That it is lifted just a touch. Also, why did I make these black? Leaves are green. There we go. Damn, that's cool. Okay, these... all this wheel nonsense. It is objectively improving the model, I suppose. How do I earn my third party member? I feel like I'm being cool. I'm doing cool stuff. All right, from this side view, this is like the goofiest little butt. I don't know what to do with like cosmic space butt. I don't... Oh my gosh. Do I give it a tail, or do I just like let it terminate weirdly? This was not in my artistic training. I don't know. What did giraffe butts look like? Alright, I think it'd be cool if the top of the legs extend up the body, the like exoskeleton, almost like stripes. Cosmic booty. Did I say that? I did say cosmic butt. I did. Whenever you guys say anything really unhinged, I just have to ask myself, I'm like, did I say that first? That's the thing, like, I talked during the entire stream, and at some point, I stopped listening to myself. Can you guys imagine if I was listening to myself the entire time, you know? Which is funny because, like, in my like real life, I am very careful with like my word choice and the way that I talk to people. So you guys get very unfiltered Mia. This does not exist. I mean, unless I'm like really comfortable with you, which I guess that I am. I do love my peasants. Oh my god, this is cool. What the heck? I kind of want like this arm to be like gigantic. I don't know. I just think it'd be cool if like one of the arms was like really asymmetrical. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea about this arm. He just waving his arms around. Wee. No, I have no idea. Absolutely not just lingual. No. You ought to give it a full bakery, a continent-sized continental breakfast. Horrifying. No. No. I can literally just like make this say no to you. Watch this. No. Yeah. How have I not done any tertiary forms yet? Alright, I already know a form that I want here. So I'm going to add some of that in here, and I can actually do it really quick now because I've gotten a lot of practice. Alright, that's layer one, and then a really easy way to add these like tertiary forms is to bam, use backface mask, kind of squish that around, and then chisel organic. Come here. There it is. To get some of this like fungus goodness going on. All right, let's start working on the asymmetrical aspects of this. Don't be blurry. Nope. There we go. I had a plan. There we go. How tall is this thing going to get? Goodness, I like have to keep moving the neck and the head farther and farther and farther away from each other. All right, I don't have the tentacle nonsense as part of the silhouette, and that will add something really cool. Let's get that in the silhouette. Ricky's gonna quit when I try to make him print this. don't even know how we'd split this up in multiple pieces right now. But that's a later problem. Oh, I agree. Yeah, Foxy says, Mia, the asymmetrical details. Like, yeah, he really sells the Cthulhu-esque Eldritch Other vibe. Thank you. That's why I really feel like this arm should just be like this skinny little weird thing. And then this needs to be like giant, insane arm. I need to make like a real hand. Okay. Nope, that's right. I can't grab any other tools. I have to sculpt it myself. And I'm not either right now. I will do it later. Ooh, it's looking kind of like a crab claw right now. I like that. If you've never seen me do this technique before, pay attention. I got something really cool coming up. Eloa, it's Z-sketch time. Right? These have some big meaty claws on it. It's gonna be cool. Just using this to really easily create some topology for me to do cool stuff with in just a moment. This is really cool. And I'm being a little quieter right now. I'm just kind of like in the zone. Ooh, I want a reference. Ooh, thank you. Oh wow, there really is a giraffe butt. Thank you. Ask and I shall receive. Okay. Yeah. So I feel like it's the knuckle right here I always forget about. Okay, I'm gonna just add the nails first, because that's gonna make my life easier, I think. No. What are you doing? I want them like ridiculously long. Yeah, kind of like that. All right, I think it'd be really cool if these kind of like pinched together. Something kind of like that. And let's fix this arm. It's like broken in 3 different places. Very cool. So I'm thinking about using the snake hook brush here with Sculptress Pro to really create this motion from left to right, actually. Kind of making the antlers more of this ethereal thing. I like this song I'm listening to. What is this? Falling Through the Years by Aussie. Very good. I see you guys in the comments. You cannot make me. All right, we need to rotate the base to complement the silhouette we've created. There we go. That means I'd also like to bend a bit more. Eloa says, Nia, I have a bit of a special thing here. If I can have some of your time, please. Absolutely. Give me like 1 minute. I want to add this bend to the character really quick. There we go. I'm not thrilled with this arm quite yet, but it's gonna be really cool. All right, Eloa, I'm gonna keep like doing stuff until you send me whatever thing you're gonna send me, but you are welcome to send me a DM and I will be ready. And like I joke and I'm exasperated, but like the wheel stuff has been so much fun. I mean, you know that by now. You know me. You know I joke. I have no fun here. I'm all making sure I didn't miss you. This arm is going to be such an important part of the model. I just haven't quite figured it out yet. But I will. I always do. There we go. That's better. The stretching out was a little odd. I might end up doing it again later, but not yet. Oops. Me spinning this around. Don't worry about me. Adding a little bit of magical poly paint. All right, sent in DMs. Sounds good. Let's get a fun render on this. Just another day at the Taverb. Nah, I'm really, really proud of this. All right. No update from Eloa. Make sure there's no ads. All right. Party member number 3. Excellent, excellent. A last-minute addition to the party. No Taverb event is complete without their input. Ooh, ah. I spent 2 weeks basically giving everything I had to my recent commission for my friend. I spent so much effort on this, really pushed myself. I'm so happy with it and thankful for your time working with me to achieve this. It is my best work yet. Oh, I'm so, wow. Yeah, that's gorgeous. That art, her face is beautiful, by the way. That's like one of the first things that stood out to me. Like you have that softness to it. It's really hard to achieve. Wow. Look at the base details on this. Each piece of this by itself is like a finished, complete, loved-on thing. You know what I mean? That's awesome. This is just gorgeous. I love seeing like how reminiscent the breastplate is of the stream that I did, right? But transformed into its own unique, stunning, gorgeous character. God, it's satisfying to see that on my screen. Wow. That's epic. Yeah, Rudy says, that is badass. Saint Celestine from 40k Vibes. It's stunning. I'm so proud of you, Eloa. Man, I mean, you're really putting in the work and you're getting the results, you know? I've been thrilled to see, like, how much your, like, you know, like, art skills, but also business it is going. It really, it warms my heart. It makes me so freaking happy. I'm just in love with this. Man, the amount of like overlay and light and just epicness to this. I could stare at this all day. Again, I really like the base details. The character is the star of the show. Do not get me wrong. But man, that is a gorgeous base. Check out the link I sent. Oof, we'll zoom in there. Little drama. Please scroll through this if you like. I think I would. Is this going to have some work in progress deliciousness? Heck yeah, it is. Eloa, please plug your stuff in the chat. If you would like to hire Eloa to bring your character to life, Eloa can do so. Oh my god, gorgeous. I love that you give such dramatic, fluffy eyebrows. It is such an artistic choice, and I don't see it often. I freaking love it. It makes your characters look unique, you know? Gorgeous. Again, that tertiary level of detail, amazing. All that was it word embossed. Yeah, I can't believe you unwrapped this whole thing. Damn, that looks outrageous. Jeez, that's pretty amazing. That looks professional. I mean, seriously. Wow. That's like honestly its own character, like just headless. Very, very cool. Yeah, your weapons have always been crazy good. Is that just straight extruded and then you just twisted it? Nice. Love this. A little bit of blood. Very nice. A little bit of action. You're not supposed to improve this. Oh, you used the scale thing. Yay. You're not supposed to improve this violently from model to model. You know how you're supposed to, like, you know, you work, you plateau, you increase. Like, what the? What is this progression? Oh my gosh. And all the layering. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. I'm so freaking proud of you. Like I admire you as an artist. I really do. You're awesome. I can't wait to keep seeing you make tons and tons of art. Seriously. Jesus Christ. It's so awesome. What a good little team I got. Got some heavyweight. This is why I have to improve so much as an artist. You see what I'm dealing with? Amazing. I spent 20 hours exporting it. Thank you for getting me here. You did it. But yeah, absolutely. Sayer said, yep, time to stop paying her. That's what I've been saying. But no, I hope I am doing your like challenge event streams justice, because I really enjoy doing them. I do. That's incredible. Man, that's so cool. It's me. I joined the battle. Awesome. How cute. Like this little like art like collab that has been forming like throughout the stream. Just it's really, really cool. I love it. I recognize this. Why don't I know what game this is from? Anyway. Yeah, this stream has been a delight. This has been super fun. I will find out what to do with this stupid arm. Eloa, what was your favorite part of working on that model? If you don't mind, I would love to know a little bit of lore, a little bit of behind the scenes, if you will, of what you were like thinking of as you worked on it. I don't know. I just want to know more. If you're willing to share. I know you're working on your own stuff. I'm going to actually bend this arm. I'm going to figure out how to arm. Crazy. There we go. Eloa says, my friend literally just gave me a sentence of prompts. I want them to have ginger hair, golden eyes, and they are an Aasimar loyal to Lathander. Wow, you came up with all that? Pfft, underachiever. Let me cook and didn't want to see it till it was done with no revisions or anything. That's a true friend. Like that's awesome. That's the kind of commission that just always appreciate commissions like that. I've been lucky to have a lot of commissions like that and just never take it for granted. Ooh, good follow-up. Yeah, what was your least favorite? I am genuinely interested in both. My favorite part was getting the armor style correct. They are in the Curse of Strahd, so set the armor up to that theme. Ah, very cool. That's why I have the ornamental stake as a weapon. That makes sense. That makes sense. My least favorite part was the export process, and that shit nearly killed me. That's fair. I'm proud of you for persevering. It was worth it. I mean, what do you mean? It looked easy. There's only like, what is that? 10 subtools? It was 20 hours of exporting over 80 subtools. Yeah, like 10. Christ. Well, we're super proud of you, and it never disappoints. Love seeing what you're working on. You always put your all into it. It's really inspiring. Yeah, this dark accent was a stupid idea. We're gonna go with gold. There we go. A little mix of both. Rudy, I said what I said. 10 subtools. Yeah. Just about. I placed it and share your art. Good. That's my advertising for the month. Done. Oh, no. You need to be in... Okay, are you in self-promo too? No. You need to be in self-promo as well. At least. Why did that delete all of the poly paint? What the hell are you doing? There we go. Is this demonic enough? That's the only thing that I'm not sure if I like totally nailed. I mean, like, damn, I had fun, but like, I don't know. Like spindly tree man. I like this because I can really take up as much of the base as I want. Starting to get into those tertiary forms. Ooh, it's like I'm painting with light. It's really pretty. Ooh, you know what? You know what it's time for? It's time for some soft concrete. Even if that texture is too noisy for this, I can just increase the focal shift, but the way that this is going to lay is going to be perfect. Or does it decrease the focal shift? Ooh, nope. We're going to increase and then soften. Satyr says the bone color looks better. I agree. I don't know what I was doing. I just wanted contrast, and so I was like, black. And I'm like, that's lazy. I can do better than that. Adding a little bit of highlights to everything that's underneath the model. There you go. I'm using a backface mask to achieve this kind of like ambient occlusion effect. Needs more cowbell. Thank you, just lingual. Yeah, heck yeah. I was hoping you'd post this, Eloa. God, I can't even talk. 9 months ago versus today. Like, are you joking? Give it. Come here, Discord. I need to be like very serious. Like, yeah, like Eloa is great, blah, 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 they worked hard. This is not realistic expectations. So all my students are watching this other than Eloa. It's not just because Eloa is like a mutant. Eloa worked really, really, really hard. They did not skip any steps, okay? I just need you guys to know that like, this is not, This is not what sketching a little bit here and there of 9 months of progress looks like. This looks like hundreds of hours. It's crammed into 9 hours. They actually did it in a very healthy, balanced way, minus the 20 hours exporting it in like a day. But I want to be very, very clear that like, yes, you can do this too, but this isn't a very aggressive timeline for obvious reasons. Okay. There's no skipping steps. You have to do all of the work. If you can't do it in 9 months, it's great. If it takes you 2 years, that's fine too. Like, everyone's journey looks totally different. So, I'm extremely proud of you. Also, the fact that I have to give people a disclaimer when showing your work is a compliment. Oh my god. Eloa said, Mia, by the way, Zsketch was the final challenge for you to unlock all 3 party members. Oh, yay! I'm glad. It's such a fun tool. It really is. And like, just so good. I'm so glad because Sculptures Pro was doing so much of the heavy lifting. There was definitely a possibility of me not finding the last challenge. So I'm glad that I did. Actually, that's not true. I really do a much better job of using so many different techniques, and not just for the sake of just using techniques, but like using them in thoughtful ways, You're right. I would have come across it. Eloa says, yes, I agree. In the most humble way possible, I am not normal when it comes to my passions, and Mia helped me direct my focus and help direct me so I could go off and burn through progressing as an artist. Yes, absolutely. So I love that you mentioned that. Like, it was still even like a team effort. I mean, again, you did all of the work. I literally just like pointed you and you went and you just kept running. Every now and then you're like, this way still? I'm like, yep, keep going. And you just keep going. Oh, beautiful. Super proud of you. Also, disclaimer for Eloa too, Eloa. You don't have to like if your next 9-month progress check mark doesn't look as impressive, like that's fine. Like it's gonna look different, Just a reminder. I don't want it to feel like you're locked in now. I'm like, okay, you better be that fantastic again in 9 months. Because it's just not the case. It's also been fun for me because like I've also kind of exploded as an artist in the last, year or so. And it's just been taking on really challenging models and then being more confident. And streams like this, seriously, have just like, the confidence booster is crazy. So much of art feels so made up. It's just straight up like, just act like you can make great art. And I swear to God, it starts to happen. I know it's like the dumbest thing ever, but like, I don't know. There's a little bit of like Delulu spice that needs to happen. And if you just like give yourself permission, just like have fun and like act like you're the best thing in the world since sliced bread, something does happen. Eloa says, my mom came in and saw my recent work and was so happy and overjoyed to see me work on this wholesome moment that I knew I was doing good. I love that. That's so sweet. Oh, that makes me very happy. Sater says, at some point, growth stops becoming vertical. They call it horizontal growth style. Absolutely. Absolutely. Where you kind of just like earn mastery in different areas. I am nowhere near that yet. I am still very much so just like, we're in fundamental land a little bit still. I'm not saying I don't love, like, I make really cool stuff, but I got a lot of, there's a lot to learn still. Okay, don't get lazy. Where is a bone structure? There it is. Eloa, that moment was so wholesome. It Again, I'll cry over anything, but like, had to take a second there. That's very sweet. Oh my god. Stop it. This is fucking insane. Cool. Hey, Brat Wombat's back. I just love Weavis from The Witcher 3. Is that what one of the crones are called? Because they're so freaking cool. Yeah, this has been fun. This thing looks outrageous. This is our Taverb protector. All the freaking reacts. You are amazing. Oh yeah, if you want to learn how to sculpt, I have a mentorship program. You should join it. It's $30 a month. It's $1 a day. That's outrageously priced. I'm aware. It works out. Eloa says yes, and there's one final surprise before you end the stream. Ooh, I want to know. What is the surprise? This has been so much fun. That's epic. There's so many aspects to this I really like. Design-wise, it's insane. It's a bit of a mess. I kind of love it. Nah, I definitely love it. Also, just a quick disclaimer from like last week. I didn't stream very much. I was not burned out. I was just busy. I was like literally just not home. So it's very hard to stream when I'm not home. So that was the big thing. But we should be back to normal schedule, which is Monday through Friday, streaming around noonish. I tend to take one day off a week on top of that. But generally speaking, Monday through Friday. Sater says, actually a better way of putting it, at some point growth becomes incremental rather than exponential. It's at that point the artist can be seen in the art. Ah, yeah, I like that. I know what you're talking about. Okay, in that case, then yes, I'm in the incremental phase. Eloa says, Mia, well now it's just the cool kids here relate to the Taverb. Once you finish this model, I'll be sculpting the opposite creature to this monster. They will face off together as huge 3D prints. Oh my god, that is going to be so much work. For you? No, like that's awesome. Okay, epic. A whole diorama. Holy shit. That's going to be insane. I kept forgetting to use, it's confetti time now. That's going to be insane. This will need to go through some significant redesigns just to make sure that it's 3D printable, but it's pretty close. Especially because it's so big. How big is this going to be? I don't know what the scale is going to be. The biggest 3D print I have done was about this big, like a football, small football. Probably 3 times the size of this. It's going to be the scale of the diorama. Literally, like my face. Yeah, it's going to be like this guy, who I've shown on stream like a million times. It'll be about this big when printed. Yeah. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah, mentor X student will be cool. Hell yeah, that's gonna be really cool. When this actual 3D print's going to happen, I have no idea. But the website is really close to being finished. So I will have time for side projects again. Because honestly, just printing this is going to be a week project in the best way. Rudy says this is absolutely awesome. Ooh, that. What's that mean? But anyway, thank you. Thank you. This has been a delight. This is fucking fun. I'm thinking about what the opposite of this creature is going to be too. Instead of like, this is so like ethereal and whimsy. The base is so cute too. Yeah, that's pretty cool. This was a ton of fun. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, and hello to everyone that's watching in the future. I hope you had fun watching all this come together. I know I sure did. And then, of course, a huge thank you and much love to Eloa for putting this all together. Not just this, but also Summer Art Fest. Yeah, I harp on it a lot. I do need, you're appreciated. I need you to explicitly say that you're appreciated. Because I don't know, it just cannot be understated enough. It's very cool to have people like you in the community, and it's just cool. It's this aggressive upward spiral effect, Yeah. Yeah, the prompts we didn't hit today. Collector of Souls, Elemental Affinities, Goliath Weaponry, and Cosmic Power. Oh, that's cool too. So that's what we're making. Okay, sick. Very cool. All of those go together so well too. Those are good fucking prompts. Goliath Weaponry is especially, I'm glad that you got and I didn't. Very cool. I need to stop doing that. Hello. That brings us into last call. It's been 4 hours. This is actually a pretty comfortable stream for me, just kind of cruising right along. I was when I was doing the fall of Eloa, it was nerve-wracking. I was very nervous to sculpt stuff from scratch and just do the whole thing. But now I've done it a bunch of times on stream, so it's a lot more comfortable. And I feel like we were able to go through a lot more design elements today, a lot easier, which is fantastic. You really can't want more, I'm excited to watch. We're supposed to have one of these. We will be having one of these once a month. It'd be awesome. Elo says, yes, this mystery stream is more of a community event. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. We will have a week after Art Fest ends to promote the Peasants to submit their own art for this Battle of the Taverb. Oh, hell yeah. That'll be cool. That's going to be so awesome. If we do it like that, the 3D print thing, really cool, right? But there's a lot of logistics to that, right? If we can get people to submit 3D models, they can send them to us, like Ricky and I, and we can actually render a scene. That's a deliverable I know I can commit to for sure. Yeah. I mean, this actually isn't that bad, the 3D print, honestly. I'm just going to cut it off at the legs. The base will be its own thing. The flower will be its own thing. Yeah, it's going to be cool. I love this render. God damn, it's cool. Aloha. Also, now the stream's over. I'm so tired, guys. Are you melting over there? Or is it just I mean, this was a lot of stream work to keep up on too. What a cool package and just stream. Yeah. This was super fun. I'm surprised how much it didn't melt my brain. Again, I was super challenged, but it wasn't physically painful. I'm kind of at that stage of growing with art and experimenting where things, I can just be in the zone. It's not fighting off existential dread and an internal crisis the whole time. I can just vibe. It's so nice. It's so nice, guys. It took a long time to get here. Oh, man. Eloa says, what a wild past 9 months it's been. My mom and dad was so happy, and once again, sends their love for all your help and support. I'm not cooking beyond belief with my art now. It's so true. And hello to Eloa's parents. That's so freaking awesome. I'm so glad to have been a part of it. Seriously, it's been mutually beneficial. Rudy says, I have an old song idea that can expand on from the main theme for the Battle of the Taverb. Yes, please. That would be amazing, Rudy. Oh, man. Jared, whose brain is melting? Not mine today. And that's exciting. I'm tired now, too. I'm just really excited that I had this day to just dedicate to the stream. It doesn't put me behind at all. I was able to fit this in super, super easily and still get all my work done for, everything I've planned. It's been super accomplishable. Very happy about that. Eloa says, I spent all week working on a commission that had 12 hours before the stream. Started to put the PDF together. Eloa, I told you it'd be July 14th, a month ago. That's great. That's awesome. What an awesome model. Thank you. I am pretty thrilled with it. It's fucking weird. It's weird. It makes my heart sing. It does. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. Alright, I'll fall asleep on stream. I guess I spent all my creative points. Maybe my brain is melting a little bit. This was an absolute delight. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Being able to create and like riff ideas off of each other is just the best. Again, there's so many people in this community that stand out and make big contributions, like Eloa and Monkey, and even like Paint's here all the time, just Lingle's here all the time, Foxy. I mean, there's way too many of you guys to name, right? Obviously, Reaper and Satyr, my mods. Even if you just hang out and lurk, like I'm talking to you too. I just want to be really clear. Because like just because if you're more shy or maybe you're more busy or whatever, like it's everyone that makes the community, literally. So thank you guys for being here so much. I freaking love what I do. Streaming isn't even really like my job. My job is like making art and selling models. It's just a thing that I do for fun. And yeah, it's very, it's become a very important part of my like own creative journey. It's been awesome. So yeah, woohoo. Good stream, guys. Let's get some confetti in here. Woo, great job. Thanks to the Art Dream team for working on this art over the past month or so. Seriously, freaking awesome. Satyr, damn it, she remembered me. Now I can't complain about her forgetting me. I'll make sure to exclude you next time. Awesome. Grimnir says, great stream, you guys are awesome. Model came out great. Yeah, thank you so much. But seriously, guys, take care. I will be streaming again mañana. I mean, I really stream like 4 days a week, I realize, but around noon-ish, you will know. I'll see you guys soon. If you're not already, join the Discord. We'd love to have you guys there. This should be all like regulars right now, but if you're watching in the future, who knows? All right. You guys take care, and fantastic stream. Like the stream on your way out. I'll see you later. Bye.